Hello, hello. Okay, let's switch screens for a second. Where am I? Oh, it would help if I actually had stuff set up, wouldn't it? Hello, another android. Let me sort out my my model because I completely forgot to put VTube Studio on. I'm not going anywhere actually, but just while I sort everything. And it decides to load. Okay, there we go. Should be working now. There we go. Camera, you gonna work? We working? We not working? Why aren't we working? Oh, there we go. Now we're working. We're just having a day, apparently. Right. Hello. Properly. I'm here. I am... Except chat isn't showing. Why isn't chat showing? I'm gonna... Let's see if it's... I'm so confused. Okay, well, I guess chat isn't going to work for a moment. Because of course it's not. This wouldn't be a Yukiro stream if everything was working, would it? Is in the right order, isn't it? Yeah, chat button. It does not want to show up on the actual stream. Because how dare things be simple? Right, so I have Twitch chat up just in case anyone pops on Twitch. I don't have Twitter going because nobody watches me on Twitter. I don't really have a presence there, and I don't really mind anyway. Twitter's gonna Twitter. But hopefully everyone's doing good. If it sounds like I'm a little bit croaky, it's because my throat's been a bit weird. Hopefully it's nothing, because I'm fed up of being sick, but... Oh, okay, well... Knight, you're I guess my chat is showing favoritism here. Yeah, Twitter is a bit bad. Right. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to watch the I do have some thoughts and opinions, because everyone does. But we'll get to that. I'm just going to swap screens, and then I'm going to figure out what I want. Um, do bear with me. Okay, let's blah 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 blah. How to do all the things. One of these days I'll be able to do this stream like seamlessly and perfect, but today's not that day. Oh, come on. No, there. Oh, come on. Do what I want you to. Okay. That'll do. Now I know already Knight has watched all of these, and I think you've made a couple of videos. I haven't watched them all yet, because I wanted to watch my own, have my own opinions out before I watched anyone else's. Some of it isn't going to be perfectly happy, some of it isn't going to be completely negative. I'm still sort of in the middle at the moment. But I know you like it, like everything so far, Knight. Oh, I'm sorry about your internet, John. Mine was being weird the other night. It just kept cutting out constantly. I don't know whether that was because, like, they were doing updates or whatever. Potentially. They usually do it at night when everyone else is in bed, and us night owls have to suffer. But anyway, let's start. And before I start, let me turn up the desktop audio just a little bit, just so then people can actually hear it. I'll try not to talk during it. I'll pause it and then discuss. Okay. So my first thoughts, graphics look pretty good. It's pretty decent. But my first gripe is Varric's hair colour. Now I know this is 10 years after Inquisition, so he is older. However, Varric is a blondie. He's blonde, like me. Except not right now because I've dyed it, but besides the point. Varric is blonde. His hair should not be this dark. I know he's greying because he's getting old, but I don't think it should be this dark. Because when I first saw this trailer, I didn't realise right away that this was Varric, because his hair is so dark here. Otherwise, I do love the details on the crossbow. Bianca looks amazing. I don't know if my mouse is showing actually. No, it's not. Okay, well, he's got spyglasses sort of like on the eyeglass, so I don't know if that's a new addition. But I quite like that.
Not looking good, old friend.
Okay.
This'll take more than you and me.
Okay, now I know who this is. Now. But again, the only gripe with this art style is I did not recognise the characters right away. Obviously this is Scout Hardin. Now, I love Scout Hardin. And if I recall, she's going to be romanceable, because all 7 of our companions are romanceable. I haven't fully decided yet who I'm going to romance. But I think I'm going to romance her first, maybe, unless I get swayed otherwise. I'm probably going to romance Scout Harden first. But yeah, the art style threw me for a bit because I did not recognise her. But it might grow on me. It might grow on me.
What are you thinking?
We need someone to be our eyes and ears in the shadows.
Okay, so this Neve, I believe you pronounce it. I can't remember if I've read the comics from which she's in. I think I have. Like, there's a few comics I haven't read, but I'm fairly sure I've read, I think it was To Winter Nights. So I do have a vague understanding of who she is. Again, the artwork is a little bit weird. Like, it doesn't quite feel like a Dragon Age game in this trailer. The actual gameplay looks more Dragon Age-y. But I won't spoil all that yet. But yeah, the artwork on this trailer did throw me for a little bit. Like, I don't really like it. It's a bit too cartoony. However, I do have thoughts on that, but I'll get that to the end of the thing.
Someone to bring a little darkness to the daylight.
Okay, so Lucanus. I think he's also from one of the comics. I think it was by... I've forgotten the YouTuber's name now. Gillith Dunn or something like that. Probably completely getting that wrong. But she goes over the different comics. And so I do know who he is. I believe Fenris was in that comic as well. I could be can't get my words out. Remembering. Blah. But I think that's who that is. Or it could have been another comic. Anyway, I'm fairly sure I know who that is. He looks pretty cool. He looks pretty decent. I don't know what I think of him as a romance option. But I might be swayed after I've played the game. Who knows? Okay, so this part interests me a lot because obviously you got the Hala, and you got an Anuvian in the background. Now I don't know whether this is in Alathan Forest or whether it's in another area like ruins, like Dalish ruins. But this is very interesting. Like, I love the detail. Like the cobblestone, how it's sort of like still intact, but it definitely looks like it's seen better days. And all the outgrowing like flora. So you can definitely tell this place has been like abandoned somewhat. And it definitely looks very nice graphic wise. I think it's just the characters that throw me. Like the rest of the graphics looks absolutely stunning. It's just the characters, I think, that throw me. Let's just go. Sorry, I've been watching this, so I haven't been keeping up with the comments. Yeah, I do miss Varric's Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition design. I think they could have kept that and made him look older that way. The style might grow on me, Knights, but at the moment it just bothers me because he's too dark. Like, his hair's too dark. Like, I know hair colour can change. Like, my dad used to be as blonde as I am. In fact, I used to be blonder. So hair can get darker as you go. But not usually, like, completely changed. Once you're older, it doesn't completely change, like, from blonde to brown, say. So I think they should have made it a lighter shade of grey rather than a darker shade of grey. But that's just my opinion on that one. Yeah, I'll get to that introduction in a minute, which is probably right now, but you know. But no, the graphics do look pretty amazing.
We're going into the fade, aren't we?
Okay, so let's go back just a little bit, just so I can get a. There we go. Okay, so Balara, I believe that's how you pronounce the name. This I'm not sure on. I was talking to my friend about this. People in Inquisition made such a huge deal about being able to go into the Fade, like, without, like, you know, dreaming and rituals and whatnot. And that's why your character was deemed the Herald of Andraste. So, for characters to be jumping through the Fade, it seems a bit weird to me. However, if they do it right, then I can see a way around it. So what was I saying to my friend? So I think if this is after Solus has already started tearing down the veil, but hasn't completely finished whatever it is he's doing, or has been interrupted, or whatever storyline they're going with, then I can see the possibility of magic becoming stronger and being able to do that. But if this is before that, and this person just has the power to naturally go in the Fade whenever they want, that I don't like. That might not be the Fade though, because that's an Alluvian, and Alluvians go into the crossroads. So she might not even be in the Veil or in the Fade. She could be in the crossroads. Although calling her the Veil Jumper is a bit misleading in that case, because the crossroads isn't quite the Veil, or the Fade. So I don't know. I'm undecided on this moment. I don't know. I guess I'll wait and see how she's introduced actually in the game. But at the moment, I'm not really liking it, because it's kind of breaking the law a little bit. But again, it depends on how they introduce her in the actual game.
Going into the Fade, aren't we?
Digging up a lot of buried secrets.
This guy looks pretty cool. Yeah, he just looks really cool. Okay, so now I don't know if we've been introduced to him before, but I believe he is the Mortalitazi. And I think his little skeleton dude is Manfred, I wanted to say. I can't quite remember, but that's such an amusing name. But he looks pretty cool. Again, the cartoony faces throws me a little bit. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
What about Darkspawn?
Yeah. Someone who will stand between us.
Okay, now I knew these were coming. This adorable little furball of trouble. I knew this was coming. I haven't read the books yet, because I completely forgot to actually read it. But I knew Griffins were coming, because of the last flight. So I already know what the story is, more or less, kind of the book. But I knew griffins were coming, so I'm really happy and stoked to see griffins, especially this adorable bundle of trouble. I don't know what I think about the Grey Warden himself. He looks pretty cool, but I don't know. We'll see.
And a pack of demons.
Let's see if I can get a close-up of his markings. Went too a little bit too far, but that's okay. Okay, so his markings. I think, well, in every Dragon Age game, the markings have been slightly different anyway. So I'm not too bothered by the markings being slightly different. I want to say that could be the Mythal symbol, but if he's from a different Dalish clan, each Dalish clan might have their own version of these symbols. But I know hers was the tree, and that looks very much like a sort of like a tree shape. I could be wrong though, because it's been a long time since I've compared the Dragon Age Origins and Inquisition markings, and I think Dragon Age 2 had their own markings as well, but obviously you didn't get to make it Dalish there, so you didn't get to see all the options. So I'd have to deep dive into the whole markings thing on that one. But he looks pretty cool.
Darkspawn.
Yeah. Someone who will stand between us and a pack of demons.
You know there will be dragons.
Right.
Again, the cartoony faces threw me off a little bit. I think most of it is for a reason, but I'll get back into that because it goes back into the whole rant I'm going to have in a minute. And it's not even me ranting about the graphics or anything. It's anyway.
We'll need someone with.
Okay, so Tash. She looks pretty cool. I don't know whether or not she's going to be pumped from the Qun, or whether she's going to be Tel Fajoth or something else. This is going to probably be a hot take, but I'm glad we did not get the Qunari from Absolution, the TV show, because that Qunari drove me insane. And I call her Qunari. She was Tel Fajoth, I guess, because she wasn't actually part of the Qun. That animation really drove me batty with a few things. Like, I didn't hate it, but everything surrounding that character really frustrate me. But if she is part of the Qun, and she's just like goes out and does dragon hunting and stuff, and then joins the party for whatever reason, that I could be okay with. I don't want to say they should do what they did with Iron Bull, because I want her to be her own character. But if you can have her either be part of the Qun, and then, you know, either persuade her to become Tel Fajoth or stay with the Qun, that would be interesting. Again, I don't want to copy Iron Bull, but... Or if they are going to have her not part of the Qun, don't refer to her as a Qunari. But we'll see.
With fire in their blood. One more thing. This crew needs a leader. Someone we can count on. Someone that the world can count on.
Okay, that was a pretty amusing moment. It's a little bit overdone in stuff like this, but it never stops being funny to me. You got obviously the main character sort of like monologuing, thinking, all the while epic stuff is happening in the background. Never gets old. I do like how they've made Rook, which is who we're going to be, completely obscured here. So there's no official, I guess there is an official look, but there's no official look in the trailer, which is nice because obviously you get to choose your gender, hopefully your race, your class and everything. And I like that. I like not having a definitive look. That was, you were following the same character for the 3 games, but when you've got your own character in all the games that, you know, the series it has, it kind of throws me a little bit if there's a official look, so to speak. Let's just catch up with comments. So sorry for the late reply, blah blah blah. Yeah, I wish that her intro was different as well. Again, it might not even be the phase she's jumping in and out of, because that was an alluvion. So it could have been the crossroads. But if it is the fade, I want a very, very good reason why she can do that. Otherwise I'm not going to be happy, because again, the whole point of the Inquisitor being so special is because he could go into the, or she, most of mine were male, but anyway, they could go into the fade. So yeah, if someone else has that ability just because that's not good. It's not good. It breaks the law, and I don't. The game can look as horrendous as it wants, as long as the lore and the characters are right. That's all I care about. That's all I want. It is to make sure, like, the story, the characters, and the lore follow. Like you can subvert expectations. Like, vampires don't exist, but we'll use that as a X-Men, you know, as a our brain's gone. As an example, in most lore, you've got, like, vampires hate garlic, or can't see themselves in the mirrors, or can't enter your house without permission. You can have that lore and then subserve it into sort of like the opposite, and just say, like, oh, the vampires just made it up, but they can actually don't care about any of that stuff. You know what I mean? They can do that with things if they wanted to, and I probably wouldn't be as annoyed. But they can't just do things just because. They're going to have to give a very valid, good reason as to why they're doing things. We'll see, I guess. We'll see. I'm trying to be hopeful and optimistic while knowing that we could just get bullshit. I don't think we will get pure bullshit, but I guess I'm just being, you know, on the fence a little bit. I'm sorry to hear about your internet getting worse, John. Hopefully you get it fixed, or it sorts itself out. But yeah, feel free to come back later. I'll obviously have my videos up on YouTube. Twitch will keep it for a little while. I don't know how to keep it permanently, but it'll keep it for a while. And hopefully your internet gets better. Yeah, well, I only caught the markings because I was like, they don't really look familiar. But I could be remiss in remembering, because it's been so long since I've watched Inquisition. I don't think I've got the markings on hand. I used to have the markings on hand because I used to like comparing them. But I don't think I've got it on hand anymore. I'll have to go searching. I'm sure I've got saved the picture somewhere though, and maybe I can make a proper video on it. Yeah, yeah, that's why I'm saying, Knight, about the Kunari female. Let me just have a sip because my throat's getting a bit creaky. Okay. So yeah, Tash seems a lot more serious. Hopefully she remains serious. Like, I don't mind the odd quip, but I don't want her being a complete and a goofball and just really silly, like the Absolution character was. I can't even remember her name. I disliked her that much. Like, if they had made her race anything else, it probably wouldn't have bothered me so much. Or if they had made it adamantly clear that she was Tel'Vashoth and not Kunari, again, that would have been fine. But because they kept calling her a Kunari and a, you know, and not making that distinction, it really bothered me. It bothered me so much. And it was just like, no, the Kunari are not like this. And it just doesn't fit. It just doesn't. I'm not sure I would call Tash hot, but then again, I wouldn't really call anyone hot. But she definitely looks interesting. I'd have to see her personality before I decide on whether or not I personally would romance her. Because for me, personality is everything. Which is why I'm probably going to romance Scout Hardin first, because I already know her personality and I already quite like her as a character. If I could romance Varric, that would have been amazing, but we're not going to get that. Let's be for real here. He's never going to give up Bianca. That, ooh. She's a character I want to punch into the face, but hey, yeah, he's never going to give her up. And I just got to live with that. Kind of like me and Joko from Mass Effect. I really would have romanced him as well, but oh well. At least I like Edie. Bianca doesn't have that pleasure of me liking her enough to let her have Varric. Varric deserves happiness, goddammit. Anyway, that's a whole other rant. Right, I will catch up on chat again. Let's just finish the trailer.
But where are we gonna find her?
Okay, so this is the last bit I want to really speak on. This looks fucking amazing. Like, ignoring all the other silly moments and goofy expressions, this looks epic. You got the huge fucking dragon about to breathe fiery death upon everyone. You got the eclipse in the background. And I don't know where this is, but it kind of looks like the Fade. I mean, I could be wrong. It could just be a bunch of ruins somewhere. But it definitely does not look like it's anywhere natural, if that makes sense. And that dragon is fucking huge. Like, the characters are tiny in comparison. And those are buildings, and I think statues. It's hard to tell in this image, but that could be an old elven ruin. It could be in the Fade. A lot of people are speculating it could be the Black City. I do kind of want to visit the Black City and see what's there, or at least get more information on it. I don't know if we will, but that's always been my dream since, like, Origins. But I will say this scene here is chef's kiss. So I you know, it's just, this is what Dragon Age is about, just epicness. It has its goofy moments, but it's got its moments of epic. Okay, so that's the trailer. So let's swap windows for 2 seconds. So going back to the comments, yeah, the fate should be taken seriously. You can't just willy-nilly this stuff. Again, if they explain it as Solus has ruined the veil and just enough to allow magic to be extra, and for people to be able to do this sort of thing, I would be okay with that. Again, they'd have to explain it really well though, but that I could get behind, because the veil is dropping. That's Solus's whole thing. But if it is before Solus can do that, I don't think they should. I think they should do it after. Obviously the game's already made, so what I say can't change anything, but that's how I would do it. Well, I guess we'll see. Yeah, I don't think the Absolution Canary was part of the Qun, which is why it really bothered me that they weren't calling her like a Talfashoth or clearing up that fact. They were just kept calling her the Qunari, and it was just like, but she's not part of the Qun, so she's technically not the Qunari, she's Talfashoth. It just really bothered me. And if they had at least had one line about that, I think I would have been, like, I still wouldn't have liked her as a character, but I wouldn't have disliked it as a point much. Like, I would have said, oh well, people are just confusing her for being a Qunari because she's, the same sort of race. But she's already made a point that, no, she's Talfashoth. You know what I mean? If they had done that, it wouldn't have taken away any of the storyline. And it wouldn't have changed her as a character. It could have just been one quick throw. I don't know. That was 10 years ago, But yeah, so don't dip frame rates. So yeah, we'll see. So as for the goofiness of the trailer. Now, I know a lot of people have been griping about that, and I get it. Dragon Age is an epic fantasy. A lot of people are trying to say it's dark fantasy, and while there are dark moments in it, I wouldn't really call it full dark fantasy. Dark fantasy I would put on the lines of Elden Ring, Demon Souls, Berserk. That I would say was dark fantasy. Dragon Age has elements of dark fantasy, don't get me wrong. The Brood Mothers exist, although we haven't seen any since Origins, which is a shame because that is one of my favourite Darkspawn, unironically. But I wouldn't say it's pure dark fantasy, it just has elements of. But the reason I'm not upset with the goofiness of the trailer, it's Varric telling how they like probably the same size as these jiggly things here. Not get two demonic mage hands and pull the ogre apart. Yet Varric told that tale. Varric likes telling tall tales, and he's a comedian. The whole trailer is basically just Varric being Varric. That's why I was not upset with the tone of that trailer. Don't get me wrong, at first I was like, why does it look goofy? Why does it look like a mobile game? I'll agree it does look like one of those tacky mobile ads for a game, like for a mobile game. But that's because of the graphics. The tone, however, is telling tall tales and being a goof. And that's how he's introducing all the characters that we're going to have as our companions. So that's why I'm not upset about the tone itself. I don't like the graphics. The graphics are a bit, or at least for the people anyway. The people, it just look weird. The rest of the graphics look fine. But that's why I wasn't upset with the tone and how. Yeah, I wouldn't want the brood mothers coming back just because. They were in Origins because they were part of the Dark Roads, and that's where the Darkspawn sort of like take their prisoners, so to speak, and do stuff to make brood mothers and feed and whatnot. I was kind of disappointed there wasn't one in Dragon Age 2 because you go into the Deep Roads. Didn't mind so much them not being Inquisition because you didn't really travel the Deep Roads apart from for Descent, the DLC Descent. But again, that wasn't really. You weren't going to the thick of like the Deep Roads. You were going into a whole other section which had Darkspawn in it. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't a nest, I guess I want to say. But yeah, so I wasn't upset that they weren't in there. I would like to see a return of them though, but I won't be upset if there's not, because again, as you said, Knight, there does have to be context for them, why they're there, sort of thing. Yeah, I think the stream is having a bit of issues. It might be my internet, it could be YouTube, I don't know. Hopefully it has fixed itself a little bit. No, and it's still dropping the frame rate. Why are you dropping frame rates? Why are you being weird? Hopefully it doesn't get worse, because I want to play some Dragon Age after this, and I don't need Streamlabs being silly. Yes, boobs. I know that's a bit of a conversation back, but yeah, boobs. Bethany's boobs were bigger in the introduction than they are in the actual game. But again, it's because it's Varric being Varric. And I completely forgot I had... My phone's gotten rid of my Twitch thing. So I don't know if I've had any messages on Twitch. I am so sorry. I don't think I've had any messages on Twitch. Yeah, I know the graphics look a little bit better in the gameplay itself. They still, the characters do still look a bit off. But they do look a lot better in the actual gameplay. Yeah, maybe Dragon Age 2 Deep Rose bit didn't go deep enough as well. That's probably the reason they didn't do... Well, because in the Dragon Age 2 you actually go deeper. Because you go to the Lost Tig, don't you? But I guess maybe... It's been a while since I played it. Did the Darkspawn avoid the place? I can't really remember. I'd have to replay it to remember why the Tig was fine. Because if I remember, the Tig didn't have any blight back. It might have been because the red lyrium idol. Maybe that's why. That could be why there wasn't many Darkspawn and why we didn't see any Broodmothers, because not many Darkspawn wanted to go near that tag, maybe? I'd have to replay it to be sure, but that could be a reason. Yeah. That's what I mean about Knight, about Varric. You have to imagine, hang on a minute, Bethany's tits aren't this big. That means he had to deliberately tell Cassandra that Hawk's younger sister had big boobs. She had the boobs. And that's just really funny to me, like, because even through all of Inquisition, Varric likes winding Cassandra up with different things. And she goes along with it because that's Cassandra. So yeah, this whole trailer just screams to me of Varric being Varric, which is why I'm not mad. Again, I know a lot of people had issues with it, but they need to see it from the Varric standpoint, like I have. A lot of people are saying, oh, it's just it's just giving Marvel comedy vibes, and it's just like, it's Varric. What are you expecting? Varric is telling the introduction here. Anyway, before I start that, let's pause. So yeah, that's why I'm not upset at the trailer being a little bit goofy, because it just screamed Varric to me. I know I've like repeated myself here, but it bears repeating. So yeah, I'm just gonna say those who don't get that have either not played Dragon Age 2 and potentially Inquisition, but more 2, because that's when you really get a hint of what Varric's like, telling stories, or they've just forgotten. And if you've forgotten, that's fine. But this is Varric we're talking about, and people need to remember that he's not exactly the most serious character in the world. If he can make something seem goofy just to troll people, that's what he's gonna do. So that's why I'm not annoyed. There's a lot you can criticize about something, even something you love, while understanding other things. And I think that's what people forget nowadays. People are too quick to just hate something just because, and just because someone, like, their friends do, and that's not me. Like, I had a huge discussion about this with my friend who was on the viewpoint of it being Marvel comedy, hate. And it's like, you do remember Varric's introduction to Dragon Age 2, right? So yeah, it's just a point to make out. No hate to anyone that's hating, I guess, but this is Varric. It's what Varric does best. Do I like the graphics for the people? No. For everything else, it looks amazing. But the fact that it's a more comedy it just screams Varric to me. Yeah, I think a lot of people's problem, Knight, is that they probably came in during Inquisition. Maybe they only played Origins and they haven't played 2, because I know 2 got a lot of hate back in the day. Again, I had my issues with them using assets and things like that, because I think they made it in a year, if I recall, because they had to scrap what they had and then start again, I think, if I recall. That was a long time ago. But the characters and the storytelling was good in 2, or at least I felt. I think they just could have used more time to make things better, and not reuse so many assets and areas and things. But yeah, I think a lot of people who are whining now either only played Origins and none of the other games, or they've only played Inquisition and not the previous games. So maybe they don't fully understand Varric as a character. But Varric is Varric. He's amazing. We love him. We adore him. And most of us want to steal him away from that bitch Bianca and give him cuddles. But, you know, maybe that's just me. I think my problem is, and it's not a problem, it's just me being me. I see the bigger picture, and although I haven't played 2 in fuck knows how long, obviously I've been replaying Dragon Age Origins, I remember so much about these games, because it's my obsession, and my memory's quite vivid with a lot of things. There's little bits that I forget and whatnot, but a lot of it is vivid, and that's why I can just go, oh well, this trailer is Varric's telling the story of introduction, and this is how Varric is as a character, and I can see the bigger picture, and maybe other people don't see the bigger picture. Maybe they've forgotten, or again haven't played it, so they don't see the big picture. And that's all I can think of really, is why people are showing hate so much on the trailer. I will say this trailer has been downvoted, because I've got the extension that lets me see the downvotes. It's a little bit closer than it was the last. So it's a little bit closer in upvotes and downvotes. But I'm going to say a lot of the downvotes is people hating just because. And again, probably because they haven't really seen a whole lot of Dragon Age previous games or whatnot, or the later games, depending on, you know, the people. I just think it's fine to be critical of something, especially something you love, but then there's being overly critical for I guess if internet clout. I don't really know, because like, I'm not saying everyone's internet clouting over this, because there's probably some who are genuinely upset about this trailer, for whatever reason. But I think being upset over the tone is a bit silly. Be upset about anything else, like the graphics, for example. I really don't like the graphics, for the people, but the tone is probably not something you should be upset about, because it is. Anyway, there's a whole other rant. Let's watch the actual gameplay. Before we get in, actually, but I can't unsee it now. Thank you, Knight. Dragon Age Dreadwolf was a fucking awesome name. I loved it. It made me remember that egghead bastard of a Solus, and I love him, and I adore him. The game title, Dragon Age Dreadwolf. I don't know why they changed it. Like, I know why, but the reason they gave. But I really liked it. Although the anagram would have been DADW, which is pretty much Dad Win. So even that wasn't a great anagram. Yeah, pretty much nice. Solus fans, I love him. Also Solus fans, I hate him. Yeah, pretty much. That is pretty much Solus fans in a nutshell. Oh, that goddamn egghead. I love him to bits, but my god, dude, I want to slap you. Anyway, so Dragon Age, the Veilguard. So one of my friends, same friend I was discussing with before, I think yesterday, whenever it was putting DAVG. Veilguard is one word, so technically it's the TV. And I can't unsee it. It's just a TV. It's a TV. I can't unsee it. I cannot unsee it. Knight, this is your fault. It was because I watched your video and you mentioned it, and now I can't unsee it. No, it's not Dav. It's the TV. The TV. The is in that title, so therefore it is the TV. And I'm never going to let you live it down. Ever. That is forever what this game is going to be called. The TV. Anyway, now that I've had my fun.
Detective I've ever met. If she says...
Okay, so it's your fault. I cannot, up until your video, live with the fact that I'll love it. So again, I recognise Rook's voice, but I can't place where. I kind of want to say it sounds like Liam from very familiar. Hopefully we get a choice of voices like we did in Inquisition. I know there was only like 2 choices of voices, but that would be nice to have at least another, like maybe 2 voices. I could go with 3 or 4 and different voices, but I'll be happy with just like an extra voice to choose from. He does sound very good though, like if it fits the character they've made for him here. But I do hope we get a choice of voices. Just because not every character I make is going to fit that voice. And I'm sure it's going to be the same for other people as well. Was that confirmed tonight that we'll get two choices, 2 male, 2 female? I know we did obviously for Dragon Age Inquisition. Hopefully that's confirmed then, because that would be amazing. I will happily take that. Although I hope they don't all sound Courtney. But that seems to be the voice type every American seems to go for. And BioWare is an American. Is it American or is it Canadian? Anyway, point is, seems to be the voice everyone seems to gravitate towards when they think British. And it's just... No, anyway. Oh, the scene. So from what I can see, you got at the bottom middle of the screen, you will have that, I'm going to say that's a magic symbol. I'm not entirely sure. I couldn't really see this, all of this on the phone when I was at work on my break. Because I only managed to watch like half of it, and then I had to watch the other half like later. So I haven't seen this big screen yet, like on the laptop, so I can see full detail. So I'm not sure if that magic symbol here down at the bottom is powering the floatiness of the building floating there, or if it's part of the shield or protection spell. I'm not really sure what that is, but I do like how, because this is obviously in Tevinter and I believe Minrathos, so I do like that they've got special things going on here, because in Inquisition you had Dorian saying how backwards everything seems to him in comparison to where he came from. Sort of like even Val Royal, blah blah blah, Royal, I can't speak today, seemed backwater in comparison. And if this is what he grew, the place he grew up in, I can see why. Like this is almost otherworldly, but it still seems to fit in with the lore of Tevinter as a whole, because they're ruled by mages. So I really do like this scene. I think it's amazing. Like when I did a fanfic years ago, I completely gotten rid of it now, but when I envisioned Tevinter, I don't think I quite gave it enough credit back then. Like, I saw it more like a Roman aesthetic. So you had sort of like the slave baths, the like it'd be modern for its time, like modern. It'd be like going into the past and seeing how more modern it feels, if that makes sense. Like, I guess it'd be like stepping into the future for us. It's modern, but still feels like... I know what I'm trying to say, I just can't think the words in my head and speak them. But yeah. Yeah, I did write a fanfic. It was all original characters, so I've completely taken the story down and I've revamped it and completely remade it as an original story. So there was no... The only thing I did that was related to any characters in the actual game series was I made a... I think I made it in the past, so I think it was sort of like a ancestor or related family member to Dorian, but they weren't actually related to Dorian, if that makes sense. It was sort of like an ancestor or something like that. It just had the name. The name was sort of like a cameo sort of thing. But there was no characters that showed up or anything. It was just all original, because I just wanted to envision what Tevinter and like the Tevinter Imperium sort of was like. I just wanted to sort of like get a feel for it. Anyway, the fanfics aside, yeah, this feels very Tevinter-y to me. So yeah, let's continue.
Should we be in more of a hurry to get out of here? We don't want to look conspicuous. Just get out of here nice and casual. Find Nev Gallus and stop Solus. You still think...
Okay. So, from the graphics here, I know it's a bit blurry because I paused it at a weird place.
You can talk him down before he starts his...
Anyway, graphics here looks a lot more like Dragon Age. So I'm happy they've toned down a bit compared to the trailer. The graphics for Varric still throws me a little bit, but this looks more like a Dragon Age game now, as comparison. It's not a huge difference, but it's enough to feel like a proper Dragon Age game.
Big ritual? That ritual is going to tear down the veil. The only thing separating us from the Fade and an endless number of demons. I have to talk him down.
Halt! Wait! But I didn't do anything!
Get down.
Are they after us? Is it because of the bar?
Word travels fast in Minrathous.
We've got to help her.
We don't have time to get arrested, especially...
Okay, so I really like that they've got these spotlights. It is a little bit jarring, I'm not gonna lie, only because we're not used to seeing this sort of stuff. And it does feel a little bit modern / sci-fi. However, magic to Winter, it still fits. I'm not sure how they're going to explain any of this. I hope they do, because otherwise, again, I won't be happy. If they explain it as magic, doing magic things, that's fine. But I definitely want an explanation for how they're getting spotlights. And back then, near the start, we saw a neon sign. I also want an explanation for that. Because that doesn't really fit a fantasy theme unless you're going for sort of like cyberpunk sci-fi. So it does seem very cyberpunky, which is not the fantasy Dragon Age is in. So it does seem a little bit weird to have this. But again, as long as they explain it in a way that makes sense for the lore they've built, I'll be fine with that. But yeah, hopefully they explain this a little bit more. Because otherwise it is a little bit jarring. Okay, so that's a surge of power there, magic power, and potentially that's what's given the abilities of the spotlights and whatnot. Obviously, I'm not really sure, but that could be an explanation. It's definitely interesting.
Oh, crap.
We're too late.
The ritual started. But if we hurry...
Okay, maybe not then. It's just part of Solus being Solus. I retract that. And I go back to my... They better explain shit.
We can still stop Solus before it finishes. Let's go. Harding's this way. She'll get us to Dumont Plaza.
Watch out!
Okay, so the demon forms seem a little bit weird. I'm not sure if they're rage demons or a cross with something else. Hopefully they explain that, what these are. I'm not too upset at the designs themselves. They look pretty good, actually. And I know each Dragon Age game has had their own versions of different creatures. Like the Darkspawn have changed in design slightly over each game. Most noticeably between Dragon Age Origins and Inquisition. And a few other new demons and stuff were introduced in Inquisition as well. So these could be unique to the Veilguard. Or they could just be redesigns of another demon, I don't know. Hopefully, again, they explain what these are.
Is Solus summoning demons on purpose?
My guess is the veil is weakening, and they're slipping through the cracks.
And when the veil comes down completely?
Okay, I've just noticed in the right-hand corner there seems to be a split of magic. That could be the veil breaking. I'm not... Oh, hang on, my chat's in the way. You can't see it. Let's move this over. Okay, so if I center a little bit. So this in the middle here, the sort of like blue streaky, magic-y tear. This is what I'm talking about. That could be the veil splitting, and that could be how the demons are getting in. So that's an interesting little thing. I'm not sure what kind of demon they are. Again, they could be an older demon just remodeled with a new engine. They could be a whole new thing. I don't know. But it's definitely interesting, and I do like the tear. It's also a different color to the one Corypheus made, because his was green in color, if I remember correctly, whereas this is blue, which is very fadey, because the fade is kind of like a weird greeny bluey colour. No, I think it was more green, wasn't it? So that is blue is interesting. It could be because the source of the tear is different. Like, obviously Corypheus was trying to get into the fade itself, whereas Solus is trying to make the world how it used to be. And so they're different types of tears. I would like an explanation, but theory-wise, that would be my theory. Obviously, I could be wrong, but that would be my theory, that because the source of the tear is different, and that's why it's different colours, because obviously Solus is an elvish god, so that could be the reason.
A lot like this.
Okay, so I'm not. Hang on, let's see if I can skip that.
And the whole world is going to look a lot like.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but does that look like a pride demon to anybody else, or is that just me? Like, it's definitely a different design, and it could not. It could be a whole different demon, but definitely looks very, very much like a pride demon. So I'm definitely curious whether or not that is a pride demon. Again, oh, it does say later on. I know they fight a pride demon, but I couldn't remember if it looked like this, because as I said, I was watching on my phone so my screen was really small and I couldn't really see any of the details. Okay, so that's interesting. So I guess they've just changed the designs a little bit, which I don't hate this design, but I definitely think they should have kept with the old one, because that was kind of like, they haven't changed the Pride Demon's design since Origins. Obviously they've slightly altered it to fit the graphics of Inquisition, but the Pride Demons still looked very much like Pride Demons, whereas these look very, I don't know whether that's bone or tree or like tree, but it no longer looks like flesh, so to speak. I don't know whether that's because they've come, like, again, Corypheus was trying to get into the Fade rather than tear the veil down to put the world back together as it used to be. So it could be that because Solus is trying to get the world to be how it used to be, this could be the Pride Demon's original look until it was modified by the veil going up. There's a lot I could theorize here. Maybe they talk about it in the actual game. I won't hold my breath for that though. But it would be nice to get an explanation for the design change, or to see if there's like a reason behind the design change. I'm sure we'll find out either through the game or through like the devs or something. It's a choice. Yeah, it's a choice. That was a blink and you miss it. This pride demon does not have legs. So I'm probably gonna say that this is either the original spirit demon's form, or there's something else going on here. Yeah, there's a lot I could theorize on this one.
Come on, this way! It should get us to Harding!
Okay, I'm not sure if those are the... what are the demons? The ice ghosty demons. My brain's gone. Despair demons, I think it was. That could be a despair demon. Because that looks kind of like what the despair demons look like in Inquisition. And they were new to the Inquisition, so that could be what those are. Yeah, I'm fairly sure that's a despair demon.
You're safe now. Get inside and bar the door as quick as you can, okay?
Thank you, miss.
Okay, so Hardin here looks better. I don't know whether it's the same graphics or it's just because of the lighting. She still doesn't look like Hardin to me. Hardin seemed a little bit more cute in Inquisition. But I get that she's older here. Like, she's at least 10 years older, so I guess she's just matured more. I do like her design, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying she looks different. It's not bad different. She definitely looks less goofy. So I'm quite happy that it's less goofy than the trailer. Again, the trailer was just Varric being Varric, so that's my explanation. But at least they've got her hair colour right this time, because she was kind of like a gingery colour. And I like her design here. She's probably definitely going to be my first romance, because I already know Hardin and I already like Hardin. My opinion could change, and I might end up romancing someone else. But for the moment, I am planning on Hardin. There's a joke there somewhere. And I'm not sure if I'm in the capacity to make jokes right now. Anyway.
Harding, you alright?
I've been doing what I can to help. The ritual must be weakening the veil. There are a lot of scared people out here.
And a lot of demons. Haven't seen this many come through the Fade in years.
What about you two? Are you okay?
Right, again, I don't think Varric's hair should be this dark. Especially considering he was blonde before. I understand the greyness. The greyness is fine. I just think it should be a lighter grey. I don't have a problem with the rest of it. His facial features still look like Varric. For the most part. He just looks like a very much older Varric. Again, it's been 10 years. And I do like the detail, like on his little coat thing with all the fur. That's the word my brain has decided.
Okay.
We're good, but we need to move.
Agreed. Solus isn't waiting, neither can we.
Have you got my gear?
Right over there. Where's Nev Gallus? Wasn't she at the meeting point?
The Venatori got to her first. They grabbed her before we arrived and paid off the bar owner to keep it quiet.
Okay, I find it interesting that this guy's got a sword, but he also has bows and arrows. Now, I've seen the gameplay. I won't talk about that too much yet. So I'm not sure what they're going to do with the classes. Like, are we just going to have to pick and choose, like, what weapon or whatever we use? Or do we actually get a choice of class, like we used to? So it's definitely interesting that they're going with a sword here, rather than daggers, or more of a rogue aesthetic. I know BioWare, when they do like gameplay reveals like this, they tend to stick with a warrior. So they can show off the warrior class for the hack and slash stuff. But it's something. I'm not sure I like it, but it's something. I could joke. Because when I play Dragon Age, I usually play male. I don't know why. I always stick with male. So yeah, Hardin is definitely going to be hard in some places. Anyway. That was so bad. I'm sorry. I can usually make better jokes, but whatever. Hardin, you're gonna be hard in Hightown. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
I'm not surprised our detective did something to piss off a cult of murderous blood mages, but their timing stinks. The bar owner said the Venatori took Nev to Dumont Plaza. Can you get us there, Harding?
Rook, you're with the Shadow Dragons. I figured you'd know Minrathous better than I do.
Sure, but Minrathous is huge, and this is nowhere near my neighborhood. I can try.
Don't worry. Scouting's my specialty. Follow me.
Eyes up. We've got company.
Okay, I missed it.
Company.
Okay, so again, the despair demons look different here. So this is definitely an ongoing thing. So the more I see the design changes, the more I'm going to say this is deliberate for this game. Because the despair demons didn't look this ethereal. So I don't know whether or not these are different because they're being summoned by Solus, or whether the veil is slipping, so they're coming in through more naturally than they were in Inquisition. Because in Inquisition, although they were coming through the veil, they were kind of being forced through. It wasn't a natural thing, whereas this could be more natural. That's the theory I'm going with so far. It would have been nice to stick with the old designs, but if my theory is what the dev team were going for, I can excuse it. I can let them off for it. It's definitely a design choice. Like, I don't hate the design choice in and of itself. I mean, they could be a whole other demon. But they definitely look like despair demons, and they definitely seem to be acting like it. Because this seems very... There's a lot of lightning, but I'm also getting sort of like coldness from them. Let's see how they actually fight. I can't remember if they actually show how they fight. Let's see.
Demons, here they come.
Okay, they're actually using weapons, which is a choice. Obviously they're spiritual weapons, but that's a choice. Speaking of choices, so the main character here, Rook, he's using very roguey abilities. So he's obviously using his sword, but he's using his bow and arrow and is that a smoke bomb or an avoidance bomb? Or I can't remember what the actual term was. So he's doing very roguey things at the moment. It's just the sword is a little bit too long for what I would say a rogue usually has. I mean, it could be a short sword. Some rogues do have short swords. That's a tongue twister. Short swords. Usually, I see them dual wielding short swords though. So just having the one is a bit weird. It's not impossible, obviously, but from a gameplay standpoint, rogues haven't changed throughout the games. So it's a little bit weird for me. It's not impossible. It's not, it's nothing game breaking, so to speak. It's just from what I'm used to, I guess I'm saying. It's different.
I think that's the last of them.
Okay, I'm not seeing any frost spells here, so I don't know if they are despair demons. Because despair demons used a lot of icy spells. So these could be whole different demons. Like, these might not be despair I keep wanting to say desire demons. These might not be despair demons. They look aesthetically similar, but they're not using any ice spells. They're using spiritual swords. So these could be whole other demons. Again, Dragon Age is known for giving us different demons per game, or different monsters, depending. So that could be what that is. That could be a new demon. I didn't see any markers saying what demons they were. So that is a potential new thing. Yeah. Oh, can you imagine having desire demons in this? I mean, have we seen desire demons since Origins? I don't think we have we? Oh, I suppose technically we did. We did technically. Imshale, I can't pronounce his name. Imshale. He's a desire demon. He just doesn't look like the other desire demons, because he looks more like a guy than a busty, barely clad female. So yeah, we have had a desire demon in Inquisition. He just looks different from the others. So yeah, we could. I don't think he'll show up because we potentially killed him. Yeah. Yeah, choice of spirit. That's very true. I'm sorry, Imshale. You're a choice spirit. I'm kind of sad we had to kill Imshale off. I quite liked him. Anyway, yeah. So we could. They might give him them a different look. So maybe these are a choice whatever desired not desire, god damn it, whatever choice spirits of despair are. I don't know, what would be the spirit version of despair? Hope? Maybe? They could be hope spirits? They don't look very hopeful to me. They look more like they want to stab a person, but, you know, hey ho. Maybe that's why the Pride demons look different. I mean, Solus, his name means pride in Elvish, so... acceptance? Yeah, there could be acceptance spirits. Accept the fact that you're going to be stabbed to death by them. You know what, maybe that's why all the demons look different, or spirits, or whatever you want to call them. Because Solus is doing things, yeah. That could be a reason. It could be. See, my theorising brain is just sort of like kicking into gear. Let's continue.
Good. Let's get to Dumont Plaza and find Nev.
Okay, so just noticed that. Let's go back a little bit.
I think
So-
that's the last of them.
Good.
If you look... Oh, I missed it. There we go. The neon signs are actually made out of magic. That explains so much already. Like, you don't even have to say with words what's going on here. So the neon signs are actually just magic pulses. I don't know how they're powering them. But that actually explains the neon signs without even saying a word. And I love stuff like that. I love telling a story without throwing it in your face and just being, this is why X, Y, and Z. So I like that. That explains the neoniness. Again, I probably couldn't see this when I was watching it on my phone, because my phone's, it's not small, but it's small enough that blind me can't see shit. So no, I'm glad that they've, without being too blunt about it, they're showing you how this exists in this world, and I like that. Yeah, that could be a reason about Dorian and other-in-law implying the veil being weak around here. Yeah, that can explain that a lot.
Dumont Plaza and find Nev. Patch yourselves up if you need it.
I do have to ask though. Completely different topic. What's with the breaking of pots in this game? Are we trying to be Zelda here? Like, was there a reason for that? Are we just being chaotic to be chaotic? I don't understand the reason why that's a thing in this game. I'm confused. Anyway.
You are in violation of Imperial order. I don't get it. If Solus tears down the veil, doesn't that destroy everything?
Solus always talked about how beautiful the ancient world was.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this graphics here looks absolutely fucking amazing.
Solus
Like that. It's not as forced as Corypheus had the veil tear. This seems more like the demons or spirits coming in by choice. I don't know whether or not that's because Solus has asked them to, like these are minions of Solus or whatever, or whether they're just coming through just because. I'm fairly sure they're coming in just because. Obviously weak veil and everything. But it's definitely interesting that they seem more to have the ability to come through on their own rather than being thrown through a tear in the veil and being upset and angry about it. This seems more purposeful. Oh, they're healing pots. Is that what they are, Knight? See, I don't like that. No, I don't really like that. It seems very much Zelda, and I don't hate Zelda. I like Zelda. But Dragon Age isn't Zelda. Like, it was annoying enough that you couldn't play as a healer in Inquisition. And so you had to rely on having healing potions. And you had a limited amount of healing potions until you were able to like upgrade to have more. And obviously you could replenish them and whatnot. But at least they were still healing potions. And it still fit within the lore because you've had healing potions since game 1. Breaking pots for health just seems way too Zelda-y, and I don't like it. So I am going to nitpick on that. It could just be because it's Tevinter, and the mages are probably going to want a quick pick-me-up if they've got to deal with rebels or escaped slaves or whatever, or rambunctious demons that decide that they're going to come through and fuck shit up. If it's throughout the whole game, though, I'm not going to be happy. I'm not going to like that at all. It doesn't fit with the lore. I'm sorry. I don't like it.
Even if his ritual kills us all in the process. Venatory cultists!
I hate these assholes. Looks like
Okay, I did like the fact that they were able to knock the guy off the ledge. Although that kind of makes me angry because you're potentially missing out on loot. Although I haven't seen them have loot anywhere on this gameplay. So maybe that's not a thing anymore, which is... I don't know how I feel about that. This is giving Elden Ring vibes a little bit. With the hacky and slashy and not feeling as much like a Dragon Age game. I don't hate it, but I don't like it either. Again, the graphics look absolutely amazing on this. And I do like every now and then you see like the tear in the veil. I do like that. But so far, the gameplay itself, like the combat gameplay, not too fussed on it yet. I'm not sold.
the Venatori put up a barrier to block the way.
More intruders!
Avenge our fallen brethren!
All citizens must remain indoors until the magical anomaly is fully contained.
Oh, come on. Guess we're sliding down.
They're allies of Neb Gallus! Kill them all!
Okay, so this is kind of like how Inquisition and 2, I think it was, well, even Origins actually, used to be, where you had the ability wheel. It looks different, which is not bad. I think each one has looked different anyway, so don't care about that. It's also giving Mass Effect vibes. So I'm guessing the middle is going to be Rook's abilities, and then the left and right is going to be your companions. Because if I'm correct, you're only going to get 2 companions to bring with you, which I don't know how I feel about that. Mostly because I'm used to taking 3 with me. That way I can have my character be whoever, and then I've got a rogue, a warrior, and a mage. Sometimes I'll have two mages and a warrior, and then I'm the rogue, or sometimes I'll be the mage and have a warrior and 2 warriors or 2 rogues or whatever. Or maybe I'll have another mage with me that does different things. So I don't like being limited to just me and 2 others. It could be it doesn't really make any difference in this game. Maybe we don't have any things that require only a mage. Maybe we don't have any things that require a rogue as much as we used to. If not, I'll be kind of disappointed, because that was quite interesting, like never knowing what sort of class that you need to bring with you. And so it makes you choose your party a bit more hesitantly. So I'm not sure how I feel about being limited. Again, it might not matter much. It could just be that we just don't need to have a varying group of our party. But then it won't feel like Dragon Age. I don't know. I'll hold judgment on that for now. But it's definitely strange for me. I'm just going to catch up on chat a little bit. Okay, so the pots have healing potions in them. Yeah, it still feels gamey. Like, don't get me wrong, obviously Dragon Age is a game. But they made the healing potions feel like a natural part of the world rather than a game mechanic. And this breaking pots just to get healing potions feels too much like a game mechanic. And I just don't like it. Since you said a lot of lead developers, yeah. So this was a thing when we got the, I think it was a leak, like way back when, before like even a few of the Dreadwolf teasers came out. So someone leaked gameplay then, and I think a lot of us were speculating that they were trying to copy Elden Ring because of how popular it was then, obviously when that came out. So yeah, I'm definitely getting that vibe from this game at the moment, from what I can see. And don't get me wrong, I don't hate Elden Ring. I haven't actually played the games yet. I think I had Demon Souls. But I haven't really played the games. I've watched my friend play them a lot. Like, my friends love it. So I definitely think the games are interesting and they're fun in their own way. But it's a whole different game compared to Dragon Age. Elden Ring relies on its visuals and its gameplay mechanics and being hard. And it has its own lore, obviously, but it's not a story-driven game, not in the same way as sort of like Dragon Age is. So I think they should have kept being a Dragon Age game than trying to mimic something else just because it was popular. I am glad, however, that they did not go with microtransactions. Potentially they do that in the multiplayer. I'm assuming they have one. They usually do. That I'm okay with. Like, I don't like multi-transactions. But if it's not part of the main game, I'm okay with it being off in the corner and I don't have to touch it. if they do what they did with like Inquisition and have it, the multiplayer do that and have microtransactions there but not actually need them, but just give you like whatever skins or whatever it was they want to do, that I'm okay with, because I don't have to touch it, and if I do want to play multiplayer, it's optional to do the microtransactions. But I'm glad they haven't done it for the main game, because otherwise I would not be touching this game. I would refuse to play it. That's how much I hate microtransactions anyway. So I'm glad they're not doing that. But again, I don't know whether it's EA or BioWare or mix of both. You don't need to copy another game just because it's popular. For a game franchise that is already popular, Dragon Age is beloved by many, and I just feel that they could have kept to being their own thing rather than try and mimic something else. I understand wanting to sort of like bring in those fans, but Dragon Age is not that game. It just isn't. It's a story-driven game with fleshed out characters and lore and a deep storyline. And trying to mimic that gameplay just because it's popular, it doesn't work for me. It just doesn't. I just don't. I know I'm being a little bit critical. Like I still have hope that they do this characters and the story right, because so far that it does seem like they're trying to keep the story and the characters in lore. Varric has been Varric, and I love that. Hardin, it still feels like Hardin. Rook obviously is going to be its own character depending on how we play him or her. So all that is fine so far. I think it's just the gameplay that's throwing me, like the combat gameplay. I think that's the only thing I have an issue with so far. I think that's my stance on it at the moment. I think they should have stuck with Inquisition's gameplay. Don't get me wrong, I do like Origins. I love Origins. I've replayed Origins so much. But the gameplay for that was clunky. Especially for the mage, and mostly for the mage, but for the rogues as well. So Dragon Age 2 and then obviously Inquisition sort of mastered what they were trying to go for, and I think they should have stuck with that. Like, they could have improved it, don't get me wrong, but I think they should have stuck with that mechanic of the gameplay, because that felt less janky than Origins, but it still fit within the RPG game style that Dragon Age is, whereas this just feels too Elden Ring-y. And again, there's nothing wrong with Elden Ring, but it is its own franchise, and Dragon Age does not have to mimic another franchise in order to be loved. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say for that. Yeah, it's inconsistent. You're right, Knight. It is inconsistent. Anyway, let's continue.
Barrack Tetris. The Venatori own these streets. Venatori, take your revenge!
Not the worst timing.
Nev, it's so good to see you. We thought the Venatori had kidnapped you.
Okay, so the graphics here definitely look better than the trailer. They still look pretty similar to the trailer, so it's not a huge difference, but the faces do look a little bit less cartoony. I'm not sure how I feel about Nave as a character yet. I do like her design. Her hat being on the side is rather comical, but as a detective she looks pretty nice. Now I know she's from Tevinter Nights. I think I've already mentioned this though. So it'd be nice to see her like in action. Let's
They
continue.
thought the same thing. A lot of Venatori in the city have reason to hate me. Figured I'd play along. Find out who wanted to settle the score this time. Then the sky started.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
Long. Find out who wanted to.
I thought so. She's got what's the word? Her foot's. I can't think of it. My brain's gone. It's a hiccup foot. A hiccup from How to Train Your Dragon. What? You can't see it. You can't see it. Hang on. There we go. What's the word? Prosthetic. Thank you, Knight. It's a prosthetic leg. That's interesting. That is really interesting. I don't know if that was like, if she had that in the comics. I can't remember if I've actually read Tevinter Nights or whether I just watched someone else read it. But no, that's interesting. She has a prosthetic leg. I'm going to call it Hiccup Mark II from now on. I'm not, but that's what I'm going to be thinking. But that's interesting. Very interesting. Because I don't think we've seen a character like that in Dragon Age, have we? I don't think we have. So that'll be an interesting take. But yeah, she oozes Tevinter energy here. She's very Tevinter-y. I do like her. I'm not sure if she's going to surpass Dorian for me, though. I don't think anyone could surpass Dorian for me. But I do like her.
Settle the score this time. Then the sky started raining demons. So I'm back on the job.
Appreciate it. Rook, this is Nev Gallus, our local expert. She's gonna help us find Solus. Nev, meet Rook. Both of you have done some work for the Shadow Dragons.
Isn't that a coincidence?
Some old friend said if I was working in Tevinter, the Shadow Dragons are worth trusting.
Okay, let's go back to that a little
Friend
bit.
said if I was working in Tevinter, the Shadow Dragons are worth trusting.
Okay, so you notice here you got the thumbs up, the smiley face, and the I'm going to say hold it pose. That reminds me very much of Dragon Age 2, where you had the I'm going to say Paragon, the neutral, and the angry or renegade options. I don't know whether or not that this is just for the gameplay showcase or whether that's going to be implemented permanently into the game itself. Do I like it? Yes, in a way, because it's reminding me of Dragon Age. Like Dragon Age 2 at least. At the same time, I kind of hope we get more. I'm gonna guess we're gonna have like options to question things. and, you know, get more information and whatnot before we make our answer. It's also giving Mass Effect vibes, because obviously Mass Effect does this as well. So I'm glad this is here, because it's reminding me of Dragon Age and BioWare as a whole, and I like that. I'm glad they've kept this sort of going. Obviously I would like more in the way of options to like question people, but this is just a small clip, so this could just be one little part which does not have this. But I like it being here. I like seeing things that remind me of previous games. So hopefully they've kept this sort of thing going. I'm not sure if I would want it in this style. It's not jarring or anything. It's just it's too much like Dragon Age 2, so it feels like they've gone back a step rather than forward. But it's not bad. It is reminding me of the dialogue wheel from other games. Well, in Inquisition Night, you had, I think, a fourth option, because you had the smart sort of thing. I could even be thinking of another game, but it's still a BioWare game, but I could be thinking of another one. But you had like, I think it was like a fourth option, or you had different ways you could like answer the same question or respond the same way, but get to that and like that response differently, if I'm remembering correctly. But I'm fairly sure you had the thumbs up, you had the neutral-ish, you had the hold it, and I'm sure there was another one. I just can't remember what the other one was. I'm sure there was a fourth one. I could be thinking of a different Mass Effect maybe game. But anyway, I do hope that there's more lines of questioning and stuff in it. But I'm not too worried, because usually they don't showcase everything. Yeah, maybe it wasn't Andromeda I'm thinking about. It could be. Anyway, let's continue.
We haven't got a lot of time. Varric said you had a lead on Solus?
You get right to the point. I haven't seen Solus in person, but I did find hints of old magic, similar to what you get in Elven ruins. I traced it to a building beneath Our Lady of Victory. That's where your man is hiding.
Then let's go, before this ritual he's doing gets any worse.
Worse?
I will just say, I know I've already pretty much said this, but I do love his design. A friend of mine said if they wanted Vivienne to just bring Vivienne back. I'm not really getting Vivienne vibes from her, at least personality-wise. I can understand where she's coming from with the hat being a little bit silly. But it doesn't look Olay silly. It very much screams to Vinter silly. Like, it's kind of like a veil, like she's got a little veil over her eyes, and then obviously the hat on the side. I suppose it is a little bit Olay, because like Olay is based on like French what's the word? Clothing appeal. There's a proper word for it, but my brain's gone. So the hat definitely screams kind of like French, but it also doesn't. It seems too sharp and not flamboyant enough, I guess I want to say. So I'm getting where she's coming from with the hat. But the rest of her design, like the armour she's wearing, the magic-y dagger thing, that screams to Vinter to me. And I love it. I do love this design.
This ritual's already drawing more power than I'd expect from a dozen mages. You told me he was working alone.
I also told you he was an ancient elven god.
An elven god. Well, whatever he is, he's causing trouble in my city. Let's go.
All citizens in the canal district must remain in their homes.
Okay, so we have the Illuvians coming back, which is good. And it's nice to see that Solus is using the Illuvians to get through, like come in and out of places undetected. Because this is a thing he was going to he was doing in Trespasser, and I believe he got the password from. Well, he didn't get the password from Bianca. Oh, not Bianca. Oh, what's her name? God damn it. Briala. Took me a moment. Because I know she had the password to use the Illuvians. And I think, if I recall, one of the books, I think it was the Master Empire. I think he got the password from someone else who was working with her. Something like that. So I think that's how he's using the Illuvians, because I think each Illuvian has its own password, or there's a password for all of them. I can't quite remember the book storyline. It's been a while since I've read it. So that's how he's using the Illuvians, when up until, I guess, Inquisition or just before, nobody was. Most people thought they were just like broken mirrors, or they could, or at least in Tevinter they could only use it for communication or something like that, if I recall. So it's nice that they're what's the word? Using continuing that sort of thing. There's a proper word for it. Contingency. That I can't think and I can't speak today. It's a great day for going over videos. But yeah, I like that they're being constant with that sort of storytelling.
Well, we're not in Minrathous anymore.
I know these trees. This is Arlethan Forest.
Okay, I've wanted this since Origins, so I am ecstatic to see that we are going to be going to Arlethan. I don't, the forest anyway. I don't care if it's only a short quest. I don't care if it's only the once. I'm just gonna be happy. I am happy that we are going here, because this makes me happy. This makes my happiness things spike. My brain's gone today. I'm so sorry, guys. Yeah, this makes me happy.
And there's your ritual. The power involved. I've never seen anything like it.
And of course you've got the statues in the back, which I'm guessing represents the Elven Pantheon, or at least a few of them. I can't see how many there is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think. I think I see 7. The lighting's a bit funky. I also like I'm going to call them cherry blossom trees. I'm not sure if they are actually cherry blossoms, but we've seen them before. I believe they were in the Crossroads. So I like seeing them make a comeback. And obviously you've got the different trees and the mountains and the elven architecture. This is definitely interesting to see in Arlethan Forest. It definitely seems more upkept than I was expecting, but maybe this is just this particular shot. I know later on you get to see the repairs going on, or scaffolding or whatever. I'm not sure if that's Solus doing that or whether he's got like had his people come in. Anyway, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. I do like this though. This aesthetic looks lovely.
The tremors are getting worse.
And we've got demons.
I thought the demons were bad back in Minrathous.
The Fade's a mess this close to the ritual. No telling what could come through.
Does it feel like those...
I mean, just look at that. Obviously, this is giving me Coryphy Fish flashbacks, but it doesn't look the same because the ritual is different. I'll be interested to know if Solus managed to get a similar artifact to the one he gave Corypheus. But already this looks very different to that ritual of trying to tear open the Fade to get into it. And I'm going to assume that's because it's Solus doing this, so he has the proper ritual of like bringing the veil down, so to speak, because obviously he's the one that put it up. So I like that. I like that a lot.
Those tremors are getting worse.
Keep moving and try not to think about it.
We have to stop this demon quickly.
Watch the lightning!
Okay, so obviously Knight mentioned that this was the Pride Demon that they fight later, which is now. So again, I'm wondering why the design change, but I won't go back into that because I've already done that. I will say that the whole marking the spots where the lightning's going to be, or whatever, reminds me of the dragons, the high dragons that you can battle in certain areas in Inquisition. So that's a nice little nod back. I don't know whether it was purposely a nod to that. But that makes me feel like this is more of a Dragon Age game compared to the rest of the combat. I just wanted to bring that up anyway. And I just noticed even the Pride Demon is using a weapon of some sort. I'm not sure why, but that's interesting. I'm also wondering why there's not more of a forest in Alathan Forest. There's mountains and there's trees, but there seems to be a lot more architecture than I was expecting. I don't know whether that's just this particular area and this is like I guess like a fort or something like Skyhold was. Could be, possibly. It just seems very open compared to what I was expecting Alathan Forest to be. And I guess we'll see when we actually play the game. Maybe we explore more of the forest, and it's not, and this is the only area that isn't as foresty. I guess we'll see.
How did demon this large get through the veil?
It's a pride demon. Damn thing probably sensed Solus's ego.
Okay, that bit did make me laugh. Just because Varric's been Varric again. But yeah, the pride demon definitely sensed Solus's pride and ego, because Solus is gonna Solus and Varric's gonna Varric.
Everyone all right?
Good enough. Let's get to Solus.
Okay, so the wolf figures have been a staple in all Dragon Age games. Okay, so I like seeing this come back. You can also see, obviously you can't see all of the figurines here, but you can also see the different shapes of the horns on the figures, the statue figures, which is I find interesting. And if I recall, many of the statues that we come across in Origins and 2 and Inquisition keep with this theme, and also having the wolf looking outwards rather than inwards. If I recall, there was like, I can't remember where it was. Oh, hello, Jew57 over on Twitch. I almost did not see your message. Hello. Anyway, so having the wolf look out is something that's been mentioned, I think, in Inquisition, where he was depicted more as, like, watching over them or something. I can't quite remember what the actual lore was. But there was a reason the Dreadwolf always used to look outwards rather than inwards. And I think that's a nice touch, and how they've kept that going.
Take it from here.
Are you sure?
Positive. You three just keep the demons off me while I talk to him.
Varric, Solus isn't gonna stop just because an old friend asks nicely.
Solus needs...
Is my chat not updating? Does look like it's not updating. Why are you not updating? We having scuff again. Yeah, the battle banter is very good, and I do like the consistency. I'm not sure why chat is being slow. I've tried blah, 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 blah. I've tried refreshing it, so hopefully it starts working night. But yeah, if I've missed anything that you want me to respond to, just try and repost it, and I'll try and see if I fixed it. Yeah, trying to remember all the Elven Pantheon's names is interesting. Jew 57. I'm trying to remember who the two gods are that I fairly suspect we're going to end up seeing. Like it's on the tip of my tongue, and I can't remember the actual name of them. It's frustrating me. But I have theories. But yeah, Solus being Fen'Harel was definitely an interesting take, and I love it. I still love him as a character. I still want to smack his egg-shaped head for being a dick. But I love him. I love Solus. So Solus wasn't my first romance. That went to Cassandra, because I love Cassandra. But I definitely love my egghead.
Someone to sell him another option, to help him justify changing his mind.
Come on, Varric. We didn't come all this way just to talk to him.
He was my friend, Rook. I've got to try to reach him. But if he won't listen to me, then he'll hear from Bianca.
More demons.
Rook, take care of the team for me. Hey, Chuckles. Hope I'm not interrupting.
I do like how he still references Solus's Chuckles. So again, I like the the consistency from previous games. I don't know whether or not they, I'm honestly surprised they remembered and knew. Because obviously we've lost a lot of the dev team and writers and whatnot. But I'm happy to see the consistency going through. But yeah, Solus is a bro when you're an elf as well. Duke 57. I like Sarah. I won't say she's my favourite character in Inquisition, because I prefer more serious character types. But I do like a comedy character, and she and Varric. I think I prefer Varric over Sarah, but Sarah's at the level where I don't hate her. Like, she's not annoying as a character. I don't always understand her, but I like her a whole lot more than I like Liliana. Liliana, in one state, should have been dead, and yet she came back. But that's a whole thing. I don't think there's a character I genuinely hate in Dragon Age series, apart from nitpicks and gripes. But yeah, no, I like Sarah as a character. I don't think I've ever romanced her, though. There's a few that I need to go back and romance. The Iron Ball is one of them. I know his romance is hilarious. Who else haven't I? Josephine, I think. Although the only reason I didn't continue that romance was because I was trying to play it on PlayStation 3, and the glitches on that game they were something. Because I was going to romance her with a dwarf, and Yeah, the glitches was something. But that's a whole other story. Anyway, let's see if my chat is working. I don't know if it is. Okay, Twitch is showing, like, on the chat. Not... Okay, so... Knight, your messages are showing up on the multi-stream, which usually that's the problem one, but it's not showing up on the YouTube one, which is usually the one that works. Streamlabs, you're cray, you're drunk, go home. You go home, you're drunk. Whatever. You're being silly, Streamlabs. You're being silly. Why do I hate Liliana? Now that I've seen this message. Okay, so Liliana as a character frustrates me. I think it's mostly because of her religious stuff. Like, Wynn is religious, and she can be a little bit in your face about it. But she also doesn't believe she's chosen by the Maker, and she was meant to do these things. She's not so I'm the one sort of thing, whereas Liliana kind of is. Also, my problem with Liliana was when I first played the game, I wanted to be her friend. This was before I decided I didn't like her. And then she decided that me wanting to be her friend was me romancing her, but I was actually romancing Alistair, and she decided to call me a cheater and whatnot, and I was like, but I'm not romancing you. I've said I want to be your friend, not a romantic partner. And so she kind of romance jumped me, and I didn't like it. And so ever since I've had a little fisticuff fight with Liliana. I will say I prefer Liliana in Inquisition because I guess she's more rounded as a character, and she's calmed down, and she's not so I'm chosen for a reason sort of character. I like her in Inquisition, basically. I just don't like her previous iteration. Yeah, anyway, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Yeah, see, I love Cassandra. I liked her when we saw her in 2. And that's why she was my first romance in Inquisition when it came out, because I liked the look of the characters when we saw them, but I didn't know them, but I already knew her, and I already liked her. So yeah, that's why she was my first romance. Yeah, there's a lot of characters that will try to jump you in Dragon Age. It's pretty funny. But I've never had anyone accuse me of being with them when I never was. She's the only one that's done that. So that's why I kind of have it out for her, I guess. But no, I do like her in Inquisition. She was more badass in Inquisition, and I like her in Inquisition. She was fine in that. I think it's just Origins that makes me want to poke her in the face and say no. But yeah, one iteration, it was my I'm going to be a jackass to everybody iteration, and she ended up dead because that was funny. I also made Loghain the Grey Warden. I made Alistair King because you can kind of get away with having them both alive or together and Alistair not run away and become a drunkard. So I had Alistair marry Honora. I had Loghain as a Grey Warden, and I ended up marrying Morrigan. Well, I say marrying. I ended up with Morrigan with a kid, old god baby. So yeah, that was definitely a fun playthrough. And how did I do it? You have to do certain things. Like, I can't remember if you have to harden Alistair or if you have to leave him unhardened. But basically, you convince him to marry Honora. And then when he throws a hissy fit at keeping Loghain alive, he obviously then quits being a warden, however you manage to quit being a warden. As far as I know, that's a lifelong commitment, but anyway. But he instead of becoming a drunkard or running away, he does marry Honora and becomes king. You also have to make sure that he doesn't fight Logain during that battle, because otherwise he will just kill Logain. So you have to be the one to fight. I can't remember if there was anything else you had to do specifically. But I think that was the gist of it. It took me ages to get it to work as a play state, because usually I just romance Alistair if I'm a female. But that one playthrough, I wanted I just wanted to be the worst person possible, but not like be complete evil or anything. So yeah, I wanted to be a complete bitch towards everybody, but not kill anybody apart from Liliana, because she deserved it. So yeah. So it always makes me laugh when I think about that save file. Because obviously now Alistair's alive and king, and Logain's alive, and now technically Alistair's father-in-law, and I just thought it was really funny. Like, I wouldn't normally be horrible to Alistair because I love Alistair. He's usually my go-to romance, but because I was playing male and I wanted to romance Morrigan, I was just like, you know what? I don't want Alistair to go off and be a warden or be a drunkard. I'm just gonna do this thing and see if I can, and I did, and it was just too funny. Oh man. Yeah, I can't do that. I don't think I could ever do that playthrough again night, because doing that to Alistair is just, it's funny in hindsight, but I feel sorry for that playstate, that universe's Alistair, because oh man. Yeah, it's a very weird dynamic. It's definitely worth it if you can get through like the whole game and do that. Oh, it's so funny though. Like, I don't remember if he actually ever brings it up, like in Inquisition when you meet him as king. I don't think he does. Oh, we have screechy kids in the house. But oh, it's just so funny. So funny. Of course, during that state playthrough, you have to then choose either Logain or Hawk to stay in the Fade. Of course, I can't leave Hawk in the Fade. That destroys Varric. So I guess Alistair eventually gets free of Logain's annoyances. In hindsight, you know, it's 50-50, I guess. But yeah, it's trust me, I felt horrible doing it at the time, but obviously looking back at it now, I can laugh because it's just so funny. Oh, I'm a terrible person. I'm not sorry, but I'm sorry. I'm a terrible person. Anyway, let's continue.
Let's buy him some time.
I hope Berserk is getting through to Solus.
We better talk fast. We can't hold these demons off forever. Is a wound inflicted upon this world. It must be healed.
By drowning the world in demons?
I I have taken precautions to minimize the damage, Varric.
Minimize the... People are dying right now. You need to listen.
Look how handsome he looks in these graphics. I'm glad he still looks like Solus. Because Varric, although he still has the same features, again, his hair's too dark. I'll leave that rant again back where I left it. But Solus looks like Solus. We still have screechy kids. I do apologise for the screechy kids. Unfortunately, it's after school hours, and I've been doing this a whole lot longer than I was expecting. But besides the point, I could wrap my fingers around that egghead of his and just I could squeeze it, but not, squeeze him to hurt. I think I just have cute aggression with Solus. Like, he's not cute as like a puppy cute, but he's cute enough for me to wanna cute aggression him.
Please.
No, naughty Solus, no. You do not kill Bianca. You can kill the other Bianca. I don't like that bitch, but you do not kill Crossbow Bianca. No. Bastard. Still love you. You're an egghead, but I love you.
People are always dying. It is what they do. Shit. We need a better plan.
Do you want me to take the shot?
Won't work. He's too powerful.
Take care, Jew 57. Enjoy your
See those
games.
statues? If we break the scaffolding holding that one up, the whole thing will come down on Solus.
It's risky. Interrupting a ritual of this scale will have consequences.
And what about the demons? Varric needs us to hold them off.
Right, you two stay here. I'll bring down the statue.
What? No. Stepping into all that raw magic is suicide.
The storm could tear you apart.
Anyone got a better idea?
Fine, but you'll need backup. I'm with you.
I'm a mage. I'll go.
Either way, someone needs to stay back and deal with the demons.
This is giving me Vermeer vibes. No, I know that's not going to happen here, because it's not the... Hello, Scratch at the door. Because obviously Hardin and What's-Her-Face is our companions for the game. This is definitely giving me Vermeer vibes.
Let's go, Hardy. Nev, keep the demons off us.
You got it.
Why tear down the veil, knowing all the lives it'll cost?
We shared a journey years ago. Do you believe that I would do this if there was some other better option?
The pillar's weak, but
It isn't falling. We need to push it.
I'm with you.
Together, now! You came a long way and made a valiant effort, Varric, but this story does not end with my downfall. Push!
Right, I do apologise. I have a dog with me. He has decided to scratch at my door. I think all the kids screeching downstairs has upset him, because he doesn't like all the noises. Hopefully he won't. Well, it's almost at the end anyway, so we're fine. Okay, I want to talk about this. I have a feeling I know who these two are. I'm not going to say it yet because I've completely forgotten which gods I was thinking of. But I have a feeling these are two elvish gods. And that's why Solus is a little bit surprised to see them arise there. I have thoughts, I have theories. But I want to make a whole different video on that, so I'm not gonna say anything yet. I know, they're being noisy and you don't like it. It's fine. Okay, so that is the gameplay. So let me see. No, Loki, give me 2 seconds. I need to swap my screen. Stop pouring at my hand. Oh, nudge. Okay. So. Sorry if you heard the scratching. That was him trying to get my attention because I wasn't petting him. So I have theories on who those two were. Yeah. I know. I've moved my hand away from your belly. I know. Yeah. So Solus definitely crossed the line by destroying Bianca. Hopefully Varric can get it fixed, but that's besides the point. But how dare you, Solus? That crosses a line. But yeah, I have a feeling that those two were elven gods. Again, I want to do a proper theory video on that, because I'm going to have to look at Glenan's or what's her face's videos, because she goes over a few of the books which I believe show hints of who those two gods might be. So I definitely have theories. And I want to talk about those theories in a different video. But yeah, so that was the gameplay. So I definitely had thoughts about it. I'm gonna say I don't hate it. Obviously the battle mechanics itself I'm not a fan of, especially the Zelda-iness of the pots. But I'm glad to see that there's consistencies with lore that's already been set up, as well as story points and character development. Again, I would say I'm not too keen on Varric's new look in terms of hair colour. I understand that he should be looking older, which is fine. I'm not against that. It has been 10 years since Trespasser or Inquisition, so that makes complete sense for him. Again, same with Scout Hardin. She does look mature, so I'm glad they kept her looking more like she used to. She obviously doesn't look too much like her Inquisition counterpart, but she still looks like Scout Hardin, I guess is the best way I can say that. I do like Nave as a character so far. My friend kind of compared her a little bit to Vivienne, but I don't see the similarities in the personality, just in the hat looking a bit too French. Obviously, it doesn't look too French. It's got that side sloppy sides thing. So it has French elements, I guess I'm trying to say. But it looks more to Vintery than Olay, so it's definitely different enough. I know. You want all the pets. You want all the attention. And I can't do nothing. Huh? You just chill. You don't have to go downstairs and deal with the kids. It's fine. Just chill with me. So it's definitely a design choice. Again, sorry if you guys can hear the kids. It's one of those days. But I didn't want to wait till it was like been and gone to go over these covers, like the trailer and that, because otherwise it'd be old news and I can't wait that long. You have to sit in the most awkward of places just so that I can't do what I want to do, huh? Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, boop, boop. But I'm glad to see Solus is still Solus, Varric is still Varric, even though they've changed his design slightly. So I'm glad to see the characters are still the characters. Because that was one of my main worries about this game, that they were gonna either not have any cameos of the other characters apart from maybe Solus, or they would change the characters too much. But I'm glad they didn't. Do you have to put your head there? Hmm? So I'm glad that they've been consistent, at least in that regard. Obviously, it remains to be seen what the story itself is going to be like. From what I can see and what they've shown, it does look like they're sticking with as much of the original lore as they can. Obviously, we've never seen Tevinter before, and we've only got little clips from what we've heard from other characters. So I can't say Tevinter doesn't look like Tevinter, because we've never actually seen Tevinter before. But it definitely gave Mage City vibes. I know, you yawn all those stresses away. It's a hard life for Doggo. And obviously they, without being too blunt and saying why they've done it, they've explained the neon signs as you got to see the magic sort of fluctuating. So I'm glad there's an explanation for the neon signs. I don't think they really explained the floating city thing, but that is canon to lore in regards to how magic has worked in the past. Maybe not so much with, obviously, I'm going to say the south of Thedas, because that was definitely more old. What are you doing, you weird dog? What are you doing? He's rolling back and forth, but trying to get pet at the same time. So weird. Yes, you are. You're so weird. Yeah, snuff. Snuff into the camera. You tell them how you're feeling. What's your thoughts and opinions, huh? Sorry, got distracted by cute doggo. Mwah. You can clean yourself, you know? You What? Nudge, 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 lick, lick, lick. So yeah, obviously when magic goes awry, Corypheus managed to make a Skyhold float. So I don't see why Tevinter can't... That's my mic. That's also my mic. So yeah, I don't see why Tevinter couldn't have floating bits of their city, because it's still within the law. What are you doing, Loki, huh? Stop being fussy bussy. Yeah. Sorry if I sound a little bit different. I've had to move my mic and put a certain pupper in my lap. So I don't see why Tevinter can't have the floatiness. That's fine. The neon signs threw me at first, but without being blunt and in your face about it, they've explained it, so I can kind of get behind that now. It's still a little bit weird, but it fits within the lore, so I'm not too upset by that. The graphics look nice. Solus looks like Solus, which I'm happy about. They haven't changed Egghead much, which I'm glad for. Still a bit pissed that he killed Bianca, and not the Bianca I want killed. I don't want her killed, but she's a bitch. She's a bitch. So yeah. So overall, I'm happy that the gameplay of the actual game itself looks as a whole good. It doesn't look as goofy as the trailer, and this is why I said the trailer was Varric being Varric, and it was from Varric's standpoint, and that's why it seemed so goofy. I thought that anyway from before they showed this particular the gameplay footage, but seeing the gameplay footage and how different it is in tone, sort of cements the fact that the trailer was in the tone of Varric being Varric. What? You're still getting pets. I haven't stopped petting you. I'm just talking. Just not at you. So yeah. Am I going to pre-order this game? Not at the moment. One, I don't have the money to, and two, I don't know whether or not it'd be worth pre-ordering it yet. I'm going to have to wait and see what bonuses they release for pre-ordering it, and then go from there as to whether or not it's worth the price range. Otherwise, I'd be happy to wait for it to come out before I buy it. I do like with the previous games, I've always pre-ordered them, because you usually get bonuses, especially for Mass Effect. You get extra characters or whatever, or DLC missions that you don't get otherwise, although they've re-released it to Legacy Edition, so you get all that anyway. But usually for Dragon Age, they release DLC rather than extra characters, so I'm not too worried about that. What's the matter? You begging me now? Huh? You begging? Is it W time? Is that what you're trying to tell me, huh? Well, unfortunately, dude, I'm busy. And I don't normally take you either. Not this time of day. You've usually had one by now. Yeah. You've had yours. I'm sure you've had yours. Anyway, I've lost my train of thought now. Yes, you're gonna scratch my hand. Oop! Don't hit your head on my leg, lovely. And bless you anyway. Bless you. I know you're not sneezing because you needed to sneeze, but still. I'm gonna call you Chaotic because I don't think I can pronounce your whole name. I don't think we'll get scammed, because BioWare's pretty good with their DLC and bonus material. They usually make it worth it. I can't say the same for other companies, but BioWare's usually pretty good. Can you open the door, mate? Push, push, push. No, you need... Oh, there we go. You got it. You got it. Bang. Yeah, there we go. 2 seconds while I shut the door, because Doggo's decided he's gone. I think he got fed up of me ignoring him. Well, not ignoring him because I was petting him, but he got fed up of me not doing anything, basically. He's a funny pup. But yeah, they're usually pretty good with their pre-orders. However, it has been a long time since they've done a game like Dragon Age. I can't really count Anthem because I completely missed Anthem because it just wasn't a game I was interested in. It was BioWare, but it wasn't a BioWare game, if that makes sense. Trying to collect my thoughts is hard. Like, I have so many thoughts. Yeah, it's been 10 years since Inquisition. Obviously, we've had Anthem since then. But nothing really in between, I don't think. Well, they've obviously re-released Mass Effect Legendary Edition, but not a new game or a continuation game. So it has been a long time. So anything can have changed between then. So yeah, it probably is best to wait and see what happens and what we might get for anything like pre-ordering. But otherwise, I'd be happy to like pay the extra after the games come out and after I've got the game. But it all depends on what the pre-order stuff is. If it's something I desperately want and I must need it, I must have it, then I'll consider pre-ordering it. But at the moment, I'm not feeling it. I haven't got the same hype as I did previous games. I'm still happy it's coming out because it's been 10 long fucking years. And I've missed a game like this, which is why I'm really enjoying Baldur's Gate. It's definitely getting that itch for me. Anyway, that's a whole other video. But yeah, so much has happened in these 10 long years that has made me feel less enthusiastic. I still want to have some hope and some optimism that they're not going to completely screw it over, because Dragon Age is my obsession. But at the same time, there's been a lot of things that have gone wrong. And yeah, as you said, chaotic. They've done a lot of layoffs and a lot of employees have left. So obviously they don't have David Gader. They don't. I think Patrick Weeks has gone. Although he came back at one point. Is he still there? I can't remember. I know he's come back and gone and whatnot. You also have the lead writer who did Varric. She's gone. Which is why I'm worried about Varric as a character, because they better not fucking kill him. Varric deserves fucking happiness, my guys. He deserves all the happiness. We need to get rid of Bianca, not the crossbow. That Solus kind of did that for us. We need to get rid of the bitch Bianca, and we need to. Even if we ourselves can't romance Varric, we need to get him someone that will actually love him back and actually be there for him, because he deserves fucking happiness, my guy. He deserves all of the happiness, and I will be really pissed if they kill him off without giving him some happiness first. Varric's my man. He's my mate. He's my bro. I love him. Right. I'm gonna have a sippy sip of my drink, because that rant took something out of me. Okay, so those are most of my thoughts on the trailer and the gameplay. I think there was a few news articles or whatnot, interviews and stuff. I won't go over them today because it's already 3 hours long, apparently. I was only expecting to do this for an hour and then play Origins for an hour, but never mind. Back. So I do want to play Dragon Age for a bit, because I haven't played it in like a hot minute. But yeah, I know a lot of people are worried, and it's valid. I'm worried too. But a lot of the criticisms I've seen are things that make me wonder if they haven't played the previous games, or if they haven't played the latest games. Like with the trailer, I've mentioned, the trailer screams to me that Varric has just been Varric and telling tall tales, and being Varric when he tells those tales. I don't know if you were here or if you've gone back to my stream going over the trailer, Chaotic. I don't like the graphics and how cartoony they made it look. However, and I'll hone in on this point again, the trailer screams Varric being Varric, and so those goofy expressions might just be Varric like hamming up. For those of you who, again, have played Dragon Age 2, you'll know how Varric is when telling stories and introducing characters. Again, he gave Bethany fucking huge tits, you know? And Bethany does not have actual huge tits. So Varric is just Varric when he tells his tales and introduces people. So that's how I took the trailer. Again, I see the bigger picture, where I'm guessing a lot of fans, I'm going to call them fans, just to give them some, just in case they are actual fans and not just people complaining for the sake of complaining. So I'm going to assume that they've either haven't played 2 and Inquisition, or they haven't played Origins and 2. Because some people have only played Origins and some people have only played Inquisition. But for those of you who are familiar with Dragon Age 2, that trailer is on brand for his type of storytelling, is what I'm trying to get at. So that's why I'm not as upset with the trailer being the way it is. I still don't like the graphic choices, especially for Varric, because again, he's supposed to be blonde, not, you know, brunette, but besides the point. Other than that, I don't mind the slight comedy feel to it, because it feels like Varric is just being Varric. And that's just how he's introducing those particular characters. Again, I would like some explanation for the veil jumper. I'm hoping that was just her passing through the crossroads and not actually the veil. But I'm going to have to wait and see on that part and what the explanation for that whole thing is. It's there's a lot they're going to have to explain before I decide whether or not I like it or not. I'm not the type of person that sees other people complain about something and then jump in on that bandwagon. I will have my own likes and dislikes. I'll have my own thoughts and opinions. And for things I'm not sure on, I like to wait and see and then decide. I don't see the point in getting upset about something that might not actually be the case, if you know what I mean. I'm not going to say I'm fully optimistic and this game is going to be the best ever, because I don't feel that way, but I also don't feel it's going to be the worst game ever and that it's going to be terrible and it's not going to be Dragon Age, and that's, I think, it's taken it a bit too far. Like, either direction, I think it's taken it a bit too far. Have an open mind and be ready to be pleasantly surprised, but also expect some bad things, is what I guess I'm trying to say. It's definitely, I can definitely understand where people are coming from on both sides. I'm just sort of more in the middle, where I want to enjoy this game, but I'm also worried at some aspects aren't going to follow the law. But from what I can see, at least in the gameplay section of the video, they're trying to stick with as much lore as possible. There's a few things I definitely would rather they take out, but that's not going to happen now because they've already completed the game. And there's definitely things I like that they've added or given us. Again, the breaking of the pots to get the potions feels way too gamey. And the combat style seems way too Elden Ring, which I, again, do not hate Zelda, do not hate Elden Ring, but those are completely different games to Dragon Age. Dragon Age is the more old school RPG games, whereas those aren't. So I don't like that they've added those two bits in. We could have done without those two bits, I think, and just gone with the old school Dragon Age feel of how you get potions and whatnot. Like, I would take looting dead bodies for potions over breaking barrels and vases just to get potions. Way too Zelda-y. Way too Zelda-y. And I think I'm probably going to keep that criticisms even after the game comes out officially, because, yeah, we're not Zelda here, we're Dragon Age. Again, nothing wrong with Zelda, just two completely different franchises. So those are my thoughts. I know I've rambled a lot and I've been a little bit ranty in places. There's definitely things I like about the game so far that we've seen, and there's things I definitely am critical of. It's going to be interesting to see how much lore we get, though. And I know Solus isn't going to be the big bad. He's probably going to be like the mid bad, and then we end up with the proper main villains, kind of like we did with Inquisition, where it was set up as the Templars or mages being the bad, but then it turns out it was Coryphifish. So it's definitely seeming that that's what they're going to do. Again, I want to make a whole video on what the two big bads are going to be. There might even be more big bads for all we know. But I have my theories which two elven gods are going to make a comeback. But I want to do that as a separate video and not this live stream. I also have a lot of theories I want to go over. Some are old, some are new. This has definitely brought back my theory brain. And it's just, I'm just really interested in the lore and the story, I guess. Again, I don't like the combat, but as long as the lore, the story, and the characters are spot on and they do them well, I don't really like. I'm still gonna dislike the combat system, but I can ignore the combat system in favor of those other things. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see how things go. It's been a roller coaster. It's definitely been a roller coaster. Anyway, I'm going to take a short break. And then I will come back and I will play some Dragon Age Origins. So give me a few minutes just to stretch my... Crash. To stretch my legs, get another drink, and then I will come and I'll play some Dragon Age Origins. Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot I was muted. I'm having scuff. I'm having scuff. For some reason, it's not letting me log in. Why? Why are you being this way? Why? I'll see you later at night. Yeah, why aren't you letting me sign into my account? Why? Okay, that's working again now. Let's see if it's working now. No, still not. Why? Why? Why, EA? Why? Why are we doing this? Why are we being this way? Is it because I've got the old EA origin thingy and I need the new one? Is that what this is? Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. I think it's because I've got the old EA Origins and they want the new Play Store or whatever the frick it is. I hate it when companies update their things. It's like, it's not needed. It's not needed. Okay, so we're gonna have to wait until this downloads before I can actually play my game. Because of course. How dare things be simple? Okay. Right, are you going to work for me now? Why? Why were you not working? I just want to play Dragon Age. No, it still seems to not wanna. Why? Why are we being a bitch? Okay, let's uninstall it then, and then we'll go from there. Because it's letting me log into the website itself. I don't understand why it's not letting me log in. Because I used to play it fine before. Sorry guys, I was not expecting to deal with scuff coming from EA, but maybe I should have expected this. This is so on brand for EA. Why change something that does not that doesn't need fixing? If it's not broken, don't fix it. Ah. EA, you frustrate me. You frustrate me so much. I just want to play games. I should not need to be struggling just to play an old game. Okay. Right. Now installed the new EA app crap thing. Then theoretically it should work fine because I can log in on the app on the website fine. I'm assuming they could still play the games even though the servers are down, because I've been doing that. Oh, the joys of being a gamer and companies deciding that the new technology is amazing. When in reality, it's shite. Yeah, they got all the old games there. It's just Okay, it'll take me a little while to install it. So I may have to play this another day if I can't get this to work. But we've had almost 4 hours worth, so I'm not too... I'm annoyed that I can't get this to work, but at the same time, you know, we've had a good stream. Don't mind me mention, I got a little bit peckish. Oh, I thought I'd finished installing then. You got my hopes up, EA. Okay, so you've installed, good. Okay, hopefully this works now. Otherwise I will cry. Okay, well it's thinking about it. Okay, well, it's still preparing game, so I'm hoping that's a good sign. Because up until now, it wasn't doing anything. So hopefully that's a good sign. Yeah, there was a lot wrong with 2 in regards to how rushed it was, and them only having, I think it was a year to make it in. Because EA wanted to rush it out. It was fine character-wise and lore-wise and story-wise. but reusing a lot of their assets and areas really did a number on the like the complaints. I think had they had more time, Dragon Age 2 would have been fine, and people wouldn't have complained as much. But again, because EA wanted to rush BioWare out and get the game out, they had to cut corners. So Dragon Age Inquisition, there was a couple of things wrong. Most of it stemmed for when you were playing it on the PlayStation 3, because the glitches they were actually really funny, but there was a lot of them. When I played Inquisition on the PlayStation 4, there was still a couple of glitches, but for the most part, it wasn't bad. But I think that was because they were trying to play it like they were trying to make a version which was compatible with an older system, and I don't think they're oh, what's the word? I don't think their system that they make to make the games could handle running on such an old system. And I think that's what the problem was. And I think that's why we didn't get a Trespasser DLC for the PlayStation 3 and only for 4 and PC. Obviously for Xbox as well. I don't know what the situation was with that one. But yeah, the PlayStation 3 could not handle the newer system. I can't remember what one it was. There's a name for it anyway. But Dragon Age Inquisition fixed a lot of Dragon Age 2's problems. It still had its own, but it was definitely better. Why is it still preparing game? That's actually worrying me now. Okay. Nothing's going right today. Yeah, there were. I can see there being a few complaints for Inquisition. I can't remember off the top of my head what people were complaining about though. It's been so long. What were the glitches like? Oh, the glitches were hilarious. Okay. So most of these are going to be the glitches I found. One or two are going to be something my friend found. So the first glitch that was noticeable for the PlayStation 3, in fact, pretty much all of these are going to be PlayStation 3 exclusive glitches. When you meet Corypheus for the first time, and he picks up your herald, your arm kind of breaks, is the best way I can put it. It basically sort of, the model for it just kind of, it kind of has ragdoll effects, but it also kind of stretches. You kind of got your arm sort of like waving all about and going crazy, and it was really funny. So that was one of the glitches. Another glitch was when Solus is drinking tea and his cup darts about the screen. Yeah, basically it's like a spaghetti noodle. That is what your arm is doing. Your arm is a spaghetti noodle. So the second one was Solus's cup was going all over the place. That was pretty funny. Another one, which is when I was playing a dwarf, because I was going to romance Josephine or Red Bull. I hadn't decided at that point, but I was going to romance one of those two with a dwarf. And my character was talking to Blackwall. I like Blackwall as an idea. EA isn't even working now. Okay, I guess I'm not playing a game. I'll sort it out later. So I like Black Ball as a character, but he's pretty boring and bland. Considering he has such an interesting backstory and secrets and stuff, he was actually very boring as a character. I still love him, don't get me wrong, but boring character. So, my dwarf is talking to Blackwall in Haven, and I don't know if any of you have ever watched like the old cartoons, American cartoons, like with Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, that sort of stuff. My character slowly started creaking off screen. In fact, if I bring up my VTuber model, he was slowly creeping off screen like this as he was talking to Blackwall. And all I could say was, my character is so bored of Blackwall, he's exiting the screen stage left. And it was just so funny. So that was one of the glitches I had. Another glitch my friend had, she was talking to Josephine. I can't remember whether she said it was in Haven or whether it was in Skyhold. But she was sitting down at her desk, and Josephine just slowly started sinking into her chair as she was talking to the Inquisitor. And I was just so funny. It's like just really random, like not game breaking at all, just really funny like glitches. And just so funny. What was the other one? There's a couple others as well. But those were the most noticeable and funny ones. Some of the glitches that still persist in the PC and the PlayStation 4 version, sometimes when you come across the two random scouts, I'm going to call them scouts because I don't know what else they were, but the two random scouts with the chest, sometimes the chest will be floating off the ground a little bit too much instead of being on the ground. Again, not game breaking, a little bit amusing, but that one was persistent throughout all of the games, no matter what system you played on. Another little glitch was if you jump at the wrong sort of way, your character gets stuck in the fall-in pose and you're kind of just like floating in the air and your arms are going and your legs are going, and it's just really funny. Again, not game breaking, you can fix it, but just little things like that. So it definitely had like glitches, but on the PlayStation 3 there were obviously more of them, because the system just couldn't handle the updated system they used to make the game. But yeah, so those were some of the funny glitches we came across. There might have been others like other people have had, but those were the ones we came across, and it was just really funny. Like, again, not game breaking or anything, but just really funny glitches. Like people complain about glitches like nowadays, and companies not like patching them. But games have always had glitches and things go wrong. Even Mass Effect 1 had one. I don't know how I managed to trigger it. It's always me. I break everything. And it's when you're looking for, I think is it Hackett? It's the guy whose squad has gone missing, and he's trying to find it, and he asks you to find it, and then he goes missing, and then you find him in the Cerberus base with all the different monsters. In one of those buildings, I don't know what I did. I must have done something. But the next thing I know, Shepard is falling through the ground, and all I see is like, as I'm falling, because somehow I managed to fall a long way before I ended up dying. But all you can see is the ground sort of like obviously as you're falling, the ground is raising, and it just becomes like a white square box. Until the game finally realizes, oh, you're out of bounds, you're dead. Due to break them. Obviously more noticeable now because they don't have game testers to find and break the game in order to find these glitches. I think they should bring game testers back for that reason. But they won't because they want to save money. Companies are greedy. Anyway, but games have always had really funny glitches. Sometimes some are more game breaking than others, but I just think it's really funny. A little bit annoying if you haven't saved for a while, but there we are. Oh, that was another glitch I had in, it was Trespasser DLC for the Inquisition. And this one I came upon this year. Was it this year or was it last year I was playing Inquisition? I think it was this year. I think it was like the beginning of this year I was playing Trespasser. Like, I'd started it last year and I was still playing it this year. So I was in Val Royo and I think it was near the start where you're still trying to find your party members and stuff. I didn't notice it at first until I accidentally ran into it, but there was a little round cheese block, and it was just floating randomly in the middle of the gates. So that was another little glitch I ran into recently. I've never actually come across that before in any of the other playthroughs I did, and I don't think I've come across it again since. I wonder if I still have that picture. I wonder if I do, because it was just such a bizarre glitch, and it was just really. I do still have it. Hang on, I'm gonna have to because I took a picture with my phone because I played Inquisition on my. Come on, phone. So I played Inquisition on my PlayStation, so I didn't have a screenshot thing. I'm sure I can send it to myself though. Actually, you know what? I'll send it to my. I'll send it to the group on Discord and then I can do it that way. Because it was really funny. I take a lot of pictures apparently. Magic the Gathering, out of boss memes. Surely there's an easy way of doing this. There. Okay. So then I just need to save that. And then I can Kim. Oh, right, it would help. Right. Save image. That there, down there. That's pretty cool that you were a game tester. Jew57. I had to think who I was talking to then. Downloads. I'd love to be a game tester, mostly for RPGs and stuff. Shit. Oh, okay. Did a bit too big, but okay. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, so you can probably see just the random cheese block floating there. Yeah, I kind of accidentally walked into that. And it was just really random but really funny. It's like, guys, there's a random floated cheese block. And I don't know why. So yeah. So every game has their glitches and their faffs and their scuffs, and some more than others. I feel as long as it's not game breaking, then it's not too big of a deal. Obviously, it'd be nice if they patched it out, but it gives us something to talk about and something to laugh at. So it's great. It's great. Now I can shut down that. Oh, what am I doing? I'm having a moment. Okay, so I'll have to find out how to get Dragon Age Origins working again, and EA app, because apparently it wants to make it really complicated to use it for some dumb reason. I may have to reset my laptop in order to get it working. So I'll play Dragon Age another day, unfortunately. It just wants to be a butt. I don't know if it'll be... what am I doing tomorrow? I think I promised D&D, but not D&D tomorrow, so I don't think I can stream tomorrow. Unless I get up early enough, because I can stream while kiddos is in school. We'll see. I won't promise anything, but I'll aim for a stream tomorrow if I can get it working. If not, I'll try again next week. But today I just wanted to go over the trailer and the gameplay, because otherwise I'd never get it done and I'd forget. And I had so many thoughts, you guys. There was just so many thoughts. I do want to do my theory video about who the bad guys are that we've seen, because I do have thoughts on that. Because BioWare's been hinting at it for a while. They've been hinting at it since Inquisition, I think. Maybe even before that, because Flemeth has been hinted stuff. Sandal has hinted stuff, although that was in regards to Solus, I think. So they've definitely been hinting stuff for a while, but I need to gather my evidence before I make a video on it. So that I definitely want to do that. But yeah, it's. I definitely had a lot of thoughts with those two things. Like, I know a lot of people are upset about it, like the trailer being goofy and Marvel-esque humour, but I really did see that as just Varric being Varric. The graphics will get some take some getting used to. My one hope is that they give us more hair options, because I'm a simple person. I just want the option to have different hairstyles. Like, even if you don't give me perfectly long hair like my luscious locks, you could at least give me the option to have like decent looking hairstyles and not mess and not birds' nests. My brain has decided to stop working again. But yeah. So there's definitely things I'm hesitant about, such as the veil jumper character. I hope they explain that. If it isn't just her using the Illuvians, that is. If she is just using the Illuvians, then that's fine. That's easy enough to explain away. For our Inquisitor to come back, especially if you romance Solus, we might not get a cameo. Maybe Varric will just make a passing like mention of it. I will take that. But I would rather a cameo if we could get away with it. What I don't want them to do is to kill off prominent characters off screen and through a note like they did. Well, I suppose they didn't technically do prominent characters in Mass Effect, but that's how they got rid of some like fan favourites like the Kunari and the Asari and things like that. And I don't want them to do that. I would love to see our Warden again, but I don't think we're ever going to see our Warden. I'm fairly sure Byway has already stated as much. But I think the Inquisitor return could be potentially possible because they were looking for Solus. And obviously if a romanced female elf would probably chase that bastard down. At least I know mine would. And obviously it hasn't been as long between games, so... And they did it with Hawk in Inquisition, so it is possible that we get a cameo from the Inquisitor. I won't say we will, definitely, because I don't know. But it has the potential to happen. I guess I'm saying. Well, Jew 57, it depends on whether or not you disband the Inquisition. Obviously, if you keep the Inquisition, you'll be working for Orlais, and whoever you've made divine. In one playthrough that was Cassandra, in another playthrough it was Liliana. I don't think I've ever made who was the other divine choice? Vivienne. I don't think I've ever made Vivienne a divine, but that would be an option. I think most of my Inquisitions disbanded, so I think mine would be a small group, but you do have the potential of them being a larger group. But yeah, maybe they are part of a smaller sect of the group if they are part of like the whole group. Is that why they got rid of the Asari? Oh man, hentai with the Krogan. I dare not look for pictures for certain characters because I know what the internet's like. It's like Avenue Q said, the internet is for porn. Let's just be for real for now. Even just looking at kids show characters is treading dangerous water sometimes. Oh, the internet is crazy. Yeah, character customization for Inquisition was something. Because they gave us a lot of hair choices, but about 10 of those hair choices was just different styles of bald or very short cut skinhead type bald stuff, and it was just like, you've given us 10 bold options and like 5 different actual hairstyles. What? It was something. It was definitely something. And you couldn't even mod the PC version very well, because the mods, how they coded the hairstyle things, the mods changed the hairs that were already in game. Man. That's the only thing I mod like my Dragon Age games is the hairstyles, is to add hairstyles. Because I get so frustrated with the hairstyle choices we had. Ugh. Yeah, Vivian as Divine is something. Because I've never made a Divine, but I think she kind of yeah, she's definitely stirs stuff up, shall we say. It's because obviously you can look it up. So I looked it up, and I can't remember what actually happens when you make a Divine, but it's definitely something. I prefer either Cassandra or Liliana as Divine. Because you could obviously Liliana's choices for what she does is different depending on whether or not you harden her or make her less hardened. My version, she wasn't as tough, and so she dealt with things less brutally, I guess. But if you make her accept being more of an assassin type, she pretty much assassinates her opposition rather than tries to sway them. So I prefer her being the type to sway people rather than just assassinate them. I don't know if there's any differences with the other two. I can't remember. It's been a while. Yeah, she might have been middle ground. I know Cassandra wanted to reinstate the Chantry, obviously make it better, but she wanted to reinstate it. Although I don't think she was as heavy on her stance as Vivienne was. I can't remember. It's been so long. Like, I don't think she inherently made things worse. I'm just trying to remember what differences were there with the other two. I don't remember there being differences, but there probably was. Yeah, I love geeking out about games. I could talk for hours. Well, I literally have talked for 4.5 hours practically about just Dragon Age. I'm terrible. I love it. As I said, Dragon Age is my obsession. I've been playing since Origins, and while I have my gripes about different things in all of the games, I just love it. I love it to bits. I'm a huge storyteller fan. Which is why I love RPGs so much. I'm absolutely shit at shooters, so don't expect any shooters on my channel, because otherwise you'll just see me dying constantly over and over. But role-playing games, chef's kiss. I love them. There are different role-playing games I want to play. I was hoping to play Dragon Age today, but it seems EA wants to be a bitch and not let me, so I guess I'm not doing that now. So I'll just geek out instead, because why not? See, I want to agree with you on the romances being best in Dragon Age Origins. However, Fenris. I have a weakness for elves with that voice, because Gideon Emery is his voice is just, it does things to me. And I met him in real life. I got his signature on a Solus picture, because Veneris. And that voice, like, you want to know how much I love that voice? Watching How to Train Your Dragon, I think it was 2, came out in the cinema God knows when. He voices literally just, I think it's like 3 words or a line, a very, very brief instance where he mentions something to the main villain. I picked up on his voice straight away. That is how much I love Gideon Emery's voice. And just because of that, just because Gideon Emery voices Fenris, I'm going to say Dragon Age 2 has the best romance, just because of Fenris, just because of that voice. However, yeah, no, Dragon Age Origins has more characters I prefer to romance than Dragon Age 2. Because you've got Morrigan. She's... Oh, Claudia Black. If I was into women, like real life women, not character women, because I'm definitely into character women. But real women, that voice. Oh, I guess I'm kind of like, what's her face from... Trainer, is it? From Mass Effect? Voices just do it for me. They just do it. Like, I could take Claudia Black's voice and I could do things to that voice. Such a nice voice. And then of course you got Alistair. He's usually my go-to romance if I'm playing female. Morrigan if I'm playing male. I also like Zevran. Zevran's got a really nice voice as well, and he's sassy and I love him. So the only character I don't like romancing is Liliana, because she's annoying. Again, I prefer an Inquisition. In Inquisition, I actually like her because she's mellowed down a lot, and she doesn't think that she's it and the savior and perfect and the chosen maker and yada yada yada. So Dragon Age Origins definitely has more people that I like to romance than 2, but again, Gideon Emery, Fenris, can't beat him. Although Inquisition has a lot of characters I like romancing as well, so because you have Cassandra, again, that voice. In fact, the whole character of Cassandra, there's something about characters or people in general who get really flustered easily that I just love. I don't know why, which is probably also why I like Alistair in Origins. Easily flustered people is my weakness. I love being able to tease people and see them get flustered. I think that's just my type. Anyway, then you have Solus, who, like all Solus fans, I both love him and hate him, and he's an egghead, and I want to punt him in the face, but I also want to kiss that little bald head of his. Cullen, not so much a fan of his voice actor anymore, however, still love the character, still love the voice, and he is fun to romance. Again, Dorian. I think Dorian makes it for me for the game Anson. Love his voice, love his character. But then again, I suppose Inquisition has the advantage where it has more to romance than the other 2. So I guess you can't really say. I mean, you can say it has more better romances, well, not better, but more options to romance, but only because it's got more characters to romance. It definitely has a lot of characters I like romancing, though. I still haven't romanced everyone. I need to make more play saves and romance everyone. Oh man, I don't have that much time in my day to do that, but oh, I wish I did. Okay, Meryl, Meryl. Okay. This might be a hot take. I love Meryl as a character in 2, but I wish they hadn't gone with Meryl. And I mean Meryl as in the character, not the personality and whatnot. I wish they'd given, like, use a different elf with that personality type. Because, I don't know if you've played the Dalish Origins in Origin, but the Meryl in that was not some goofy, naive, oh, demons aren't evil, blah, 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 blood magic, yay. I'm going to get lost in the city and not realise that humans are going to shank me because I trust everybody. And that wasn't Meryl. That wasn't... I know she was, like, barely in it for the origin story. I've played that origin story way too much. But that was not her character originally. She was pretty serious. She understood the dangers. And if they were going to use a character from that Dalish clan, I wish they'd gone with someone else. They could have kept everything else about that character. Like the personality, the fact that they had magic. Like, they could have had maybe made a younger character and had them, like, come into the magic and then not be needed, or maybe needed because Meryl had gone and done something else, you know what I mean? So I do like Meryl as a character. I just wish they hadn't changed the original Meryl to be this new character, or new version of her. Because I like original Meryl. She was interesting. Maybe a little bit up her own ass, but she wasn't naive and innocent, and she would have mistrusted humans because she was part of the Dalish. Whereas Dragon Age 2 Meryl, as much as I love her, especially considering, you know, she's also, her voice actor is also Welsh and she has that accent, and chef's kiss. Bias there, but never mind. They just weren't the same character, and that kind of disappointed me, I guess. But yeah, so still love Meryl, both Meryls, both characters, but for me they're not the same character, and I think that's why I have a problem with it. Yeah, they did completely change her. It's sultry. I'm not sure if I would agree with that accents are sultry, but I mean, if you find my voice is sultry, I guess you can. I find my voice annoying, but there we are. But hi, I'm from Wales. Nice to meet you. Just don't ask me to put on an accent, because I'm not from an area where my accent's that strong. Although Borda. Yeah, hello. Well, actually no, it's not Borda anymore. It's not morning. It is now. What's the time? Oh, it's afternoon. So Prynhawn? I think it's Prynhawn. Although it might be closer to Nosworth. But anyway. Well, I can't promise I won't tease, because that's kind of our thing. We tease. Just know if I start to bully people, it's not because I hate them, it's because I love them. British are just made that way. But yeah, my accent isn't that strong. Well, then again, it might be. You might notice it more every time I go to England, they're like, "Oh, you're from Wales." So maybe my accent is a little bit there, but from where I'm from, it's kind of like a cultural pot of people. So there's people from all over the world where I live. So our accent is sort of like just really mellow compared to the strong sort of like Valleys accent. I wish I could put on the accent. I do love the Welsh accent as well, and Scottish. I like the Scottish accent. Although that just reminds me of Sebastian when he's saying murder. Oh man, his accent cracks me up when he says murder. It's like murder. Oh, I love you, Sebastian. I hate you, but I love you. He becomes such a douche at the end. Like, I get it. Anders was a dick and blew up the Chantry, but at the same time, you don't have to blame all of Kirkwall for that. Oh god damn it. I love these characters. I will not promise anything. I'm not a lewd tuber, but the jokes are gonna come eventually. Right now I'm just having, I think my brain has just broken today, because of the videos that we've gotten, so my brain is just, it's just all over the place today. I'm being summoned. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it there because it has been 4.5 hours, and my legs are all getting crampy cramps. One of these days I'll have a proper desktop and I can actually sit properly and not sit on a bed cramped up in my room. One day when I have my own PC. Oh man, I love Anders. Well, I prefer Awakening Anders, but I love Anders. I love both Anders. I can understand why he became the way he did. We all blame Justice. Anyway, so I will see everybody soon, and thank you for subscribing, Jew57. Oh, it's a random guy. You know what? I was looking at your name earlier, and I was like, there's no way I can pronounce that. Literally just a random guy. My god. I am having such a brain fart today. Oh, man. Why am I just an idiot? I'm going to blame my dyslexia because I'm dyslexic and words all jumbled together just look like jumbled letters together. Oh man, see, I really want to play Dragon Age now, and it won't let me, and I'm sad. Oh well. I will get it working. I will cry if I can never play Dragon Age again. I will cry. Anyway, I need to babysit for 2 seconds because someone wants to go to the shops apparently. I just saw their message on phone. So I will see you all maybe at some point tomorrow. I don't know. I'm trying to plan things with someone else. So I will see. It'll probably be a Dragon Age discussion though, because we have thoughts. We have thoughts. And then I'm off Saturday, but I don't know if I'll be streaming Saturday. I'll try and get Dragon Age working between then and, well, now and then. And hopefully I can get it working again. I don't know what EA is doing with this new bullshit. It's doing my nut in. I just want to play a game. But anyway, so I'll see everybody hopefully soon. I do try to stream at least once a week, work permitting and life permitting. I also like to do proper YouTube videos. Sometimes I'll do reviews, sometimes I'll just talk about shit. Most of my Dragon Age lore videos is over on YouTube. I don't know how to do Twitch. I barely know how to get it to stream. So if you're interested in lore videos, and I even have a theory video over there, that's where you'll find it. I'm also Yukiro Fate over there. You may notice a few older models of what I was using because they were free. Don't mind them, but all the videos are there. Brain has completely gone again. I think I'm just gonna have one of those days where my blonde brain is just not functioning. Yeah, it's been a while since I've run into DA fans. Obviously I have my friend which discusses gaming with, and I have another friend from America who I discuss Dragon Age with. But it's been a long time since I've really gone into depth and had the hype for Dragon Age, so... But no, I'll see you all soon. If not a stream this week, it might even be a video, because I do have thoughts and I want them known. I also have theories. I meant theories, but thoughts and theories. And I'll definitely try and stream more Dragon Age. Where did we get up to last? I think I went to the Circle of Magi. So yeah, I'll try and get that working between now and then. But anyway, I will see you everybody later, and thank you so much for coming to my channel, subscribing, and doing all the amazing things, and for nerding out with me, basically. I'll see you all in the next one. Nos with da. No, not that one. We want end and stew, not be right back, because why am I a dork today? Good lord.